In the darkness of the night, bathed in the gentle light of the moon, stands a lonely woman, driven by a tireless desire for something extraordinary. A hooded figure kneels on the ground, wielding a shining sword, shrouded in darkness, as if emerging from the shadows. The soldiers fall to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock and fear, as a mysterious force, invisible and powerful, strikes them without warning. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield, people let out shrill screams and horses suddenly change direction. Their faces are filled with terror as they confront the sinister danger lurking in the shadows of the night. The man's face, having witnessed unspeakable horror, contorts in horror as he urgently pleads with his companions to flee, his own instincts compelling him to flee from imminent danger. A fierce battle, swords shine and soldiers fall, and a desperate cry of a man is heard on the battlefield. The woman in royal robes looks on, worried, her question hanging in the air as the turmoil of the conflict unfolds before her. In the dead of night, a piercing scream escapes her lips, which is a manifestation of the horror that has gripped her. The sight before her is simply terrifying. A mask of horror is imprinted on her face as the harsh truth of the abuse strikes her to the very core of her being. A man stands with his sword, his long hair down, a look of determination on his face as he prepares to face an unseen opponent. In an instant, the woman's eyes reflect a deep sense of fear, reflecting the imminent danger that surrounds her and her struggle against the encroaching darkness. In the darkness of the night, Nazar's piercing blue eyes stand out. The eerie glow suggests that he is no ordinary person, hinting at untold secrets. The scene focuses on Nazar's eye, displaying text that translates to blue eyes. The mention of Nazar, which means sight in some Slavic languages, plays on the thematic elements of vision and perception. Rosetta, with golden hair and bright green eyes, seems to realize something important after meeting Nazar. Her face expresses sudden understanding, indicating a significant revelation. The woman exclaims in surprise, which translates as good. The shock on her face indicates an unexpected event or realization, perhaps related to the central story. A beautiful woman looks into the distance. Her green eyes are full of emotions. The sunset provides a warm backdrop to her contemplative mood, hinting at a significant evening ahead. Nazar is seen in action, his posture and the movement around him indicating quick, decisive movement. It is a moment caught in the midst of what appears to be conflict or flight. In the purple hue of the night, the character ponders what could have been, reflecting on the decisions and chance encounters that led to the present moment. Nazar's face shows his gaze and the rain around him, hinting at a dramatic moment filled with tension and perhaps some foreboding. Rosetta appears angelic, surrounded by a mystical light. Her expression is calm, hinting at a possible inner peace or key moment of clarity. The carriage waits in a calm atmosphere, foreshadowing a journey or a significant departure. The calm environment contrasts with the previous scenes of action and tension. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, stands at an open window, looking out at the lush greenery. She inhales deeply, anticipating the smells of fresh grass. In a moment of delight, Rosetta introduces herself as Rosetta Wilmar Fleece, with a bright smile and sparkling eyes, surrounded by flowers. With excitement in her eyes, Rosetta looks out the window of the tram as she first saw landscapes beyond her reach, exclaiming praise for the beautiful view and new freedom. Leaning softly against the window frame, Rosetta, adorned with a bonnet, quietly reflects on the delicate smells of fresh grass, her expression calm and thoughtful. Rosette finally feels free. The carriage drives away, signaling her departure from everything that once held her back, her heart glowing as the leaves float around her. The impressive husband, Rosette's father, sternly reminds her that she should not participate in anything, his words carrying the weight of expectations and authority. Standing in the sunlight, Rosette's father assures her not to worry about what is out of her control, assuring her that they will decide all other matters themselves. Rosette stands in front of her father, dressed in blue, expressing a desire to share a bond similar to siblings, while outside her father commands respect and attention. In close-up, Rosette listens intently to her father, who says that the time will come when she will have something to do, but it is too early. The greatness of the kingdom and the man who rules it is revealed. Rosetta's father, a powerful figure in royal robes who looks out over his domain. Rosetta stands in the middle of a grand celebration, but she feels out of place, not needing the luxury around her. The scene around her is exquisite elegance. but her heart is not in it. Next, we see Rosetta alone at the window, lost in thought. The soft light casts a gentle glow on her, emphasizing the feeling of longing in her heart for something more than the royal life she knows. In the bright, airy room, Rosetta can be seen working diligently at her desk, surrounded by books and scrolls. She followed in her sister's footsteps, delving into politics and magic, now a crown princess in her own right. Rosette's brother, a stern and imposing figure, sits astride a horse. He is dressed in military regalia and has earned a high position. The air around him is filled with strength and respect. We find Rosetta at the table, overwhelmed by a proposal of marriage from a nobleman named Isella. Her face expresses surprise and intent as he considers the unexpected proposal. An old man in a red uniform hands Rosetta the document with a smug smile. He questions her maturity, meaning that she is old enough to make her own decisions, perhaps about marriage. Rosetta, elegantly dressed in a pink dress and wide-brimmed hat, looks overcome with emotion. She seems to be struggling with inner turmoil, perhaps about her future. In a luxurious carriage, Rosetta sits gracefully, but is preoccupied. The movement of the carriage and the plush interior hint at travel, but her thoughts are elsewhere. The nanny, caring and matronly, approaches Rosetta with a concerned look, offering her fresh air. It is clear that she was a constant source of comfort and support in Rosetta's life. Finally, we witness a young man at a grand party holding his head in horror. He probably drank too much because he complains that he needs fresh air, his face showing signs of discomfort and regret. Rosette, with golden hair, excitedly insists on traveling together, while her nanny looks on, feeling bad, worried about what the trip will cost her. As the smart crew drives off, Rosetta comments on the unexpected change in location of their journey, and her nanny quietly despairs at the absence of the ocean. Rosetta expresses her desire for someone to see, hinting at the plan, looking out the carriage window, lost in thought. Nanny, looking saddened, discusses their purpose, and Rosetta informs her that the lands have long been part of the kingdom, surprisingly. Outside, Alan calls from atop his horse, addressing Rosetta as princess and checking for any instructions, ready to serve. Rosette, concerned, asks Alan about medications, indicating that her nanny may need help due to the rigors of the journey. The nanny complains to Alan that the medicine did not relieve her discomfort, while Alan humorously clarified that he is a financier, not a doctor. Alan, a little disappointed, reminds the nanny that she shouldn't have taken the medication on an empty stomach, which she apparently did despite his advice. Rosette watches from the carriage as Alan points out to Nanny the error regarding the medications, while Nanny looks on, embarrassed by the omission. The nanny seems momentarily aware of the medication as Alan patiently explains how to take them correctly, highlighting the confusion. In a sunny, luxurious setting, a man in military uniform appears shocked while driving a carriage after overhearing an argument behind him. Inside the carriage, a startled woman named Rosetta is blamed for causing the noise. Rosetta's nanny, a mature woman, shouts sharply, threatening to teach Rosetta a lesson. The scene takes place inside an ornate carriage as Rosetta looks on, unamused by her nurse's theatrics. The perspective changes to a stunning view from above of the carriage traveling through a lush green landscape. The two figures watch from afar, hinting at an escape from the confines of nature's wealth. Rosette beams with joy, her face illuminated by the sun as she asks someone outside the panel if they are feeling better. Her sparkling eyes and smile foretell relief and happiness. A nanny sitting on the shore of a quiet lake admits to a man that her age makes traveling difficult. Her humility is palpable in her posture and facial expression. Standing by the water, Rosette teases her nanny about her fear of potential marriage proposals, while the nanny sits looking tired and perhaps a little worried about the topic. Rosette shows her looking sad and a little wistful as she rules out the idea of marriage, showing a tentative arrangement with her father. At the moment of revelation, the nanny appears ecstatic, relieved, and grateful, indicating that she may have understood or accepted something important about Rosetta's situation. A bright young man with piercing eyes and an air of nobility, he is described as next in line to a significant legacy, his demeanor exuding a mixture of kindness and attractiveness. The nanny worries about the young man's merits as a man, while Rosetta playfully acknowledges the nanny's efforts to find matchmakers. The nanny, with eyes filled with sadness, regrets the necessity of their journey. She confides in Rosetta, revealing her inner turmoil, feeling that the journey lacks purpose and direction. Nanny looks pitifully at Rosetta, her blue eyes searching for an answer. She defies the rules that bind her, the limitations that mark her life on her weary expression. Rosette, adorned with a sunlit bonnet, listens as her nanny questions the fairness of the donations between brother and sister. Rosette's silence speaks volumes, hinting that she is thinking deeply about the prospect of a nanny. In a moment of tenderness, the nanny squeezes Rosette's hand. Her face becomes a soft mask of reassurance. This gesture conveys the depth of their relationship, imbued with mutual affection and understanding. The nanny reminds Rossetti with a sad grin that they will always be children in the eyes of their parents. This statement is emphasized by the quiet greenery that surrounds them, emphasizing the strength of their bond. As they walk across the sun-dappled lawn, the nanny shares her worries about childcare responsibilities. Rosette, lost in thought, listens but seems distant, her mind perhaps wandering to other concerns. The atmosphere lightens when the nanny offers a quiet carriage ride. It seemed like the previous conversation had dampened her spirit a bit, suggesting a break from their previous conversation. Rosette's previously calm demeanor gives way to intrigue as she notices something unexpected. She adjusts her hat, an action indicating her growing interest in the new development. A sense of urgency permeates as the rider approaches speed. The nanny, preoccupied, looks on with a shield at hand, feeling the significance of the rider's haste. Rosette, now visibly surprised, lifts her hat to better see the approaching figure. The sense of anticipation becomes palpable as the rider approaches, signaling that something important is about to happen. Rosette, with golden hair and a wide-brimmed hat, stops and seems to sense someone approaching. Her nanny, a mature woman, acknowledges the other's presence, agreeing that someone is indeed coming towards them. The nurse asks if Rosette understands the language spoken by the person approaching him. With an air of curiosity, Rosetta simply replies, "So?" meaning a request for more information or clarification. A man on a horse is surprised to see a woman riding recklessly. He doubts whether the woman really behaves so fearlessly, which is unusual for that time. The illustration delights in Rosetta's sparkling-eyed revelation as she declares that women too can ride with such freedom and skill, signaling a challenge to traditional gender roles. The rider encourages his steed to gallop faster, his expression tense and focused, perhaps in response to Rosetta's previous display of equestrian prowess. A dark, mysterious figure looms, marked with a bright, ominous symbol indicating the presence or entity of significant power and possibly evil intent. Rosette looks up at the stars, her hat lost, revealing her long, flowing hair. Her expression combines wonder and longing, hinting at aspirations that go beyond the norm. The young man, surprised and perhaps worried, screams. His facial expression is one of worry, hinting that something unexpected or urgent has happened. Faced with the threatening figure of the dragon, Rosette and Nanny appear small and vulnerable. The dragon's glowing red eyes indicate that it is a formidable and possibly threatening force. Rosette, with her golden hair, shows a shocked expression. She lets out a gasp as her unique eye catches the viewer's attention. The mood changes as Rosette looks stunned, tears flow, and her silence suggests a cry of fear or grief. The eerie reflection does not show Rosette, but a terrible creature with an open mouth, roaring powerfully in the depths of the mirror. In contrast, Rosie rides gracefully, leaping into the air with poise and confidence, the sunlight casting an almost ethereal glow around them. Rosie is faced with a sudden, terrible explosion. His defensive position catches him by surprise from the unexpected explosion. Gracefully dropping to her knees, Rosie gestures politely to the lady in the lush field, demonstrating respect and poise amid the tranquil surroundings. Staring intently, Rosie expertly paints her bow, her posture, and the tranquil greenery around it, resulting in a moment of calm concentration. The trio, including Rosetta, approach the captivating spirit of the waterfall with reverence, the wonders of nature inspiring with a tranquil atmosphere. Rosette expresses concern for her invisible companion, her question filled with concern about their condition. Relief washes over Rosette's face during the light-hearted exchange that confirms her companion is unharmed and ends on a note of gentle humor. Rosette stares in disbelief, her green eyes wide as she struggles to understand the foreign language, a glowing aura framing her shock. Rose, kneeling in the grass, looks up, confused and amazed as she recognizes the language Rosette speaks, defying his expectations. In a quiet meadow, Rosetta, her dress flowing, questions the group about their knowledge of her language, hinting at a mysterious connection. Rose kneels on the ground, listening intently to the poised Rosette, her posture suggesting noble birth and gentle demeanor. Rosette kneels before Rosie, assuring her with a compassionate smile that her help is free without expectation of reward. Rosetta, surrounded by her group, refuses any compensation for her actions, insisting on her selfless nature as Rosetta listens, touched by the gesture. Rosie responds to Rosetta's inquiry about her injury with a simple, "Ah," her face a mixture of pain and gratitude for her concern. With an air of confusion and slight denial, Rosie cannot understand how the seemingly local group could have failed to notice Rosetta's unique presence. Rosette learns of the lake's dangerous reputation, its surface glistening as she hears tales of monsters lurking beneath, a note of caution in the air. As night covers the sky, Rosie whispers of monsters, her fear palpable in the darkness, heightening the sense of foreboding and wonder. A pair of polished boots stands amidst a sparkle of lights, hinting that someone has made a grand or sudden appearance. The accompanying text suggests surprise or awareness. A young man with short black hair, identified as Alan, looks with curiosity, inviting a closer look. His uniform indicates a formal or military context. A young woman with brown hair, Rose, visible in profile. She appears thoughtful with a soft, "Oh," indicating a gentle acknowledgement or realization. Rosette, a young woman with golden hair, pleads sincerely, clasping her hands. She asks for confidence in Alan's experience, her expression uniting hope and expectation. Rose seems cautiously optimistic as she responds to someone outside the panel. Her gaze is direct, but her words indicate that she makes a concession if it does not interfere. Surrounded by a green background, the group takes part in a discussion. The text at the top hints at a sense of urgency or challenge in resolving the carriage problem. Alan reassures the head maid with a skeptical look. His confidence is obvious, contrasting with her doubts. His reassurance is interrupted by the word confident in the dialogue prompt. With a splash of light, Alan smiles confidently as he reflects on the correctness of the diagnosis. His pride in his conclusion is obvious. Rosie looks up, her expression full of worry and self-doubt, questioning whether her actions were truly helpful. Alan, seen from the back, is talking to Rosetta and another woman. The driver's dialogue enhances the urgency of the scene, hinting at an imminent deadline. Alan stands confidently, the sunlight illuminating him as he proclaims his intentions, his words reflecting a determined determination. Rosetta, full of admiration, enthusiastically praises Alan, her frisky gestures emphasizing his achievements. She clings to his hand. While speaking with the shadowy figure, Rosetta, dressed like a king, remarks on keeping her royal identity a secret, her stance depicting a mixture of power and supplication. The carriage, illuminated by a golden glow with Rosetta inside, conveys the beginning of a magical journey surrounded by an aura of charm. Rosie expresses her gratitude with a warm smile, her gratitude expressing sincere appreciation amid the grandeur of the sumptuous gathering. Rosette comforts Rose, her goodwill evident as she insists on the need for their hospitality, her goodwill shining through. Rose invites someone to stay the night with a soft smile, her offer reflecting both thoughtfulness and warmth. Sitting close together, Rosetta and Rosie engage in a personal dialogue, the intimacy of their conversation suggesting pleasant company. Rosé teases about potential late-night liveliness with a playful smile, her apprehension indicating pleasant commotion ahead. Rosetta's nanny reacts with a grin to the possibility of late-night surprises, her expression expressing gentle amusement in a cozy setting. The sudden news of today's wedding takes the character by surprise, raising curiosity about future holidays. Rosette, with her flowing golden hair, is stunned, questioning the peculiarity of the wedding taking place under the cover of darkness, her confusion echoing the strange timing. Rosé, whose brown hair frames her face, explains their tradition of night weddings, giving Rossetti a glimpse into her clan's unique customs. The story unfolds to reveal that Rosetta is of noble birth, the daughter of the chief of the Sac tribe, making her a person of significant stature in her community. In the middle of the field, Rosie comments that she is leaving the place because of the wedding, hinting at her personal connection to the long tradition of outdoor weddings. The evening air is tense due to Rosie's remark that panic may be setting in among the wedding guests, indicating an unseen commotion raging in the distance. Seeking a momentary escape, Rosie admits she's simply calling for a breath of fresh air, signaling a break from the heavy events of the wedding. A feeling of alarm grips Rosette as she expresses concern for the safety of her fiancé, pointing out a turbulent turn of events that has put someone in danger. In a moment of revelation, Rosette is confronted with the reality of the bride's unhappiness, her compassion for the situation clearly depicted on her face. The character asserting the importance of honesty hints at a deeper, more honest conversation that takes place in the middle of a night of unexpected events. Rosette, with her golden hair, is frightened, declaring that she does not want to get married. Her nurse, an elderly woman, looks at her with concern, deep in thought. Rosie, a brown-haired girl, discovers a startling fact. Her future husband is 30 years older than her, prompting her to flee on horseback in a desperate escape. A secret conversation takes place, in which it is explained that the alliance was chosen to strengthen tribal power, an alliance forged by marriage, but not by desire. The chief of the tribe, whom the marriage was supposed to reassure, soon dies, and the decision about the marriage is made hastily, under the shadow of his death. Rosette tearfully contemplates the unwanted marriage, noticing the incredible similarities between her and her guardian. In a heartfelt moment, Rosie admits that she talks too much, and in an effort to learn more, she asks her caretaker to tell her about herself. Rosette introduces herself by name, and her caretaker is overcome with emotion, correcting Rosette that her real name has not been revealed. The caretaker, with tears streaming down her face, expresses touching feelings, calling Rosetta a wonderful daughter. The carriage waits under the starry sky, hinting at the beginning of the journey, a key moment frozen in time. As the carriage arrives, the announcement of Lady Rosie's arrival is heard, marking an important arrival against the backdrop of a brilliant night. Rosetta and the man stand under the starry sky. He cries, saying they thought something had happened to her when she didn't return. She looks down, perhaps feeling guilty or sad. In the forest, Rosette, with a determined look, tells the child who looks at him that he must find their father, revealing a protective side. Focusing on the child's gaze shows how the child looks at Rosette, hinting at a feeling of hope or expectation. The scene shifts to show a man screaming in rage and surrounded by a red aura, indicating a moment of intense emotion or transformation. The group, including a shocked young woman and an older woman, stare in fear at something off-screen, suggesting that they have witnessed an unexpected and possibly terrible event. Rosette kneels, defeated, as the man questions her appearance in a critical tone, emphasizing the moment of confrontation and humiliation. A man with an angry expression accuses Rosette of intending to destroy their family, indicating a deep conflict. As the man shouts at her, Rosette holds her head, stunned by his words, showing her distress. The man continues his verbal attack, berating Rosette, but she is defended by another, indicating a clash of viewpoints. In a calm setting, a beautiful woman against a background of flowers says, "It's my fault," perhaps indicating a moment of realization. In the dim evening light, Rosetta stands with a surprised look as Alan holds her hand, introducing them to an elegantly dressed woman. With the burning carriage in the background, Alan stands in front of Rosetta, protecting her, confronting the unseen threat with a determined stance. Under the night sky, Rosetta, dressed in an elaborate pink dress, is approached by Alan, who seems concerned as they exchange words about how they are strangers to the area. At the campfire, Rosetta reveals their identity to a group of skeptical locals, explaining that they are travelers from the kingdom of Ace. In a tender scene, Rosette, with a hint of sadness in her eyes, begs for help, revealing that her daughter was injured saving them from the monster. Amidst a tense, passionate discussion, Alan questions the effectiveness of the makeshift bandages, hinting at their ability to move afterward. In a moment of revelation, Alan reveals an old superstition that the locals still believe in, involving hunting and driving out so-called good pranksters. Leaving at night, a figure on horseback carries a wounded man illuminated by a mysterious light, hinting at secret traditions still practiced in some places. The conversation with the bride's relatives takes place in a pastoral setting under a flag with a characteristic emblem, indicating negotiations or traditions with the participation of the community. Alan helps Rossetti onto his horse before they set off, signaling a journey or escape under the starry sky. In a dimly lit room, a stern-faced man in fur-trimmed military garb asks his subordinates, his words laced with seriousness and foreboding, "Can you imagine what you did?" Under the night sky, a woman with flowing golden locks, Rosetta, hands a pair of white gloves to a somber man as a disdainful older woman looks on. Rosette looks forward, her eyes reflecting a vibrant green color, full of complex emotions that leave her speechless, as if in a moment of deep awareness. Standing among the blooming flowers, Rosetta, dressed in an elegant pink dress, ponders the possibility of convincing her husband's side to reduce their demands, her face a mixture of hope and uncertainty. In a room filled with shadows, a man with a grim expression orders the brown-haired Rose to wait there. His tone suggests a serious conversation about the tribe's expectations. Roga stands in the dark, her face a mixture of worry and resignation as she gently acknowledges her father's presence, hinting at a troubled relationship. Surrounded by a circle of spectators on a cold night, Rose and Rosette stand in the center, embracing in a moment of comfort, while a man asks about Rosie's condition. In a moment of vulnerability, Rosie expresses her concerns to Rossetti about the expectations of the groom's tribe, and her eyes reveal fear about the fragility of the marriage. While Rosetta sits with the older couple, there is talk of alliances with another tribe, involving a strategic marriage amid political intrigue. Rosie's words reflect deep fear as she compares the threat of an imminent attack to the terrible roar of a lion, her profile fixed against the soft light filtering through the window. The lands, long under the rule of the most powerful king, are protected by knights in armor from any threat. Recently, the developing country on the opposite side has begun to gain strength, its shadow figures growing in power. Compared to the northern peoples, known for their rage, the character of this newborn nation is even more cruel and ruthless. The kingdom convinced these strict people to protect its borders by hiring them as bodyguards against the coming cold. The Kavat clan gains influence. Their power merges with other tribes led by the young but already notorious warlord Nazar Kavat. At the court meeting, the valor of the army under the leadership of the young commander is recognized, especially for the victory over the northern Katanas. In a room bathed in soft light, Alan asks if Nazar is really the young commander, and Rosetta, with her golden locks, looks at him in surprise. Recognizing the exclusivity of Nazar's actions, the young commander speaks among the nobility, confirming his identity with balance. The conversation returns to the rarity of such perfection in the Quat bloodline, hinting at the numerous stories surrounding Nazar's reputation. Alan asks Rosetta, caught off guard, if she knows Nazar, to which she hesitantly admits that she has heard rumors about his cruel behavior in the war. Alan stands among the crowd with an unwavering expression on his face as rumors of his composure circulate, revealing a man who is unaffected by warmth or gloom. Rosie expresses her concern, stating that the marriage, which is likely arranged for power, promises a secluded future, hinting at a network of alliances already leaning toward Alain. Rosette's nanny appears deeply concerned as she discusses the complexity of their predicament, and Rosette listens intently, her eyes reflecting her mind working on a possible solution. With a glimmer of mischief, Rosetta proposes a bold idea, considering using a decoy at her wedding, hinting at a playful escape from her responsibilities. The nurse, contemplating the dimly lit evening setting, supports Rosetta's bold plan, seeing her ally in deception in the shadows. Rosette casts a skeptical glance, doubting the feasibility of Rosette's plan, while Rosette herself appears confident, unquestioned in Rosette's eyes. In the shadows of the evening's celebrations, a secret bride swap plot unfolds, and Rose is ready to step into Rosette's shoes. During a lighter moment, Rosetta jokes with Alan about potential wedding night accidents, playfully bringing up his injury to ease the tension. The nanny and another guest laugh, amused by the idea that Alan, in his drunken state, is unaware of the events of his wedding night. The story reaches its climax as the wedding night approaches, when the women are ready to carry out their transition under the guise of celebration, a ruse ready to change their destinies. There is a man standing in a large room, suggesting that they only have the double option left. Rosetta and another woman listen to him, as if considering the situation. Rosetta, dressed in a sparkling pink dress, looks ecstatic with joy. Her eyes closed and her hands clenched, insisting that there is little time left and they must quickly gather the girls. As night falls, two women stand around the fire, one of them triumphant, proclaiming her victory. Rosie is shown looking surprised when someone off-screen announces that she is not happy with the choice. She has been chosen. The elderly woman shows a resigned smile, realizing that her age does not allow her to be chosen. Together, Rosie, the older woman, and the others seem disappointed by their refusal, wondering what to do next, while Rosetta looks at them with a worried expression. Rosette thinks to herself hopefully that they need to find more people, her look hinting at urgency. Rosette admits that she only took her maid with her, surprising everyone. Rosette looks upset as she realizes they have only one option left, the gravity of the situation clearly visible on her face. The woman comments that Rosetta's height matches, but they still need a slender girl with long hair, which adds another criterion to their search. At a noisy party, Rosetta stands embarrassed, her long golden locks falling down, when she runs into Rose, who appears to be startled, shouting a single word out of surprise. The chatter around them indicates the high energy of the meeting. Rosetta is the center of attention, her green eyes wide with embarrassment as she asks why everyone is looking at her. Her elegant pink dress and striking appearance make her the center of attention amidst the swirl of floral and light backgrounds. Surprise turns to recognition when Rosie urgently says Rosetta's name, her hand extended in disbelief, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Their gazes are locked in a moment of intense connection. During a close encounter, brown-haired Rosie pleads with Rosette, asking if she will become her doppelganger. The closeness of their faces indicates the seriousness of her request. Rosetta, now in shock, repeats the word double in disbelief as she realizes Rosie's proposal. The background is interrupted by floral images, emphasizing her surprise. An abrupt change of scene to a dark night, where a cry of refusal, "No, no way!" echo accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Silhouettes of running people contrast with bright flashes behind them. The woman who is Rosetta's nanny is horrified by the word double, illustrating a shocking turn even for those who know Rosetta. The dark, ominous background heightens her fear. Rosetta, in a different setting, exudes calm and determination. Surrounded by bright flowers, she assures someone that there is nothing to worry about and they have an agreement. During a sincere conversation, Rosetta's nanny is reassured by a young woman who confidently says that everything will be fine, and she was not mistaken. Warm colors create a calming atmosphere. The nanny, desperate and pleading, tells Rosetta about the poisoning of the bride. Her facial expression and the moody decor of the room emphasize the seriousness of the situation being discussed. Rosetta stands in front of the mirror. Her wedding dress is lace and elegance. She ponders the dress, its imitation a poignant reminder of cultural traditions and expectations. In a moment of vulnerability, a man in a noble attire clutches his forehead and has a worried expression on his face. He worries about the consequences if the kingdom finds out about certain secrets. Rosette looms over an elderly woman, her nanny sitting in a rocking chair. She asks if she can be carried away, asking what will happen to her companion. The nanny assures the young woman with the tiara that the secret will be kept silent. Even if a man listens from behind a column, the promise hangs in the air. The nanny solemnly promises Rossetti to keep her secret, not knowing that the eavesdropper overheard everything when he peeks out from behind the screen. A brown-haired woman bursts into the room, exclaiming in admiration. Her sudden appearance seemed to take everyone by surprise. Rosette faces the brown-haired new arrival, expressing gratitude for her support, her face a mixture of relief and gratitude. The brown-haired woman gently hugs Rosetta, promising to always remember her help, her face flushed with emotion. Rosette discusses her decision surrounded by flowers, and the weight of her choice is visible in her contemplative gaze. A grateful Rosetta thanks the brown-haired woman, hugging her sincerely, expressing her deep gratitude for the help she received. Rosetta, with her golden locks, excitedly tells her nanny what she wants to give to someone, clasping her hands as if praying. The nanny looks on with a caring, almost protective attitude. Hiding at night, Alan peeks out from behind a tree, hoping he won't be seen by the bride's party. He is on horseback, shrouded in darkness, the bright moon illuminating the scene. Under the cover of night, a lantern glows brightly, symbolizing the search for bridesmaids under the guidance of the stars. The stage exudes charm, with twinkling lights and a calm atmosphere. Rosetta stands under the starry night sky, holding a lantern with a mysterious but gentle smile on her face. Her eyes shine like the stars above, hinting at untold secrets. Rosetta, wrapped in a wedding veil, reassures her worried nanny that all is not as it seems. Despite the tension, the softness of the night is felt around them. The nanny, flustered and worried, suggests to Rossetti that perhaps they should take other actions, her face a mixture of concern and urgency. Rosette holds a shining knife and ponders how to wield it to devastating effect. Her expression is calm, but her eyes are determined, hinting at an inner strength and plan. Rosetta's nanny expresses disbelief that such a night could happen, while Rosetta doubts where Alan is. Torches crackle in the background, adding a sense of urgency to the conversation. Alan drives through the night, silhouetted against the starry sky. His posture indicates haste and slight desperation, hinting at the urgent matter that awaits him. Beneath the glow of blooming flowers and the ethereal glow of the night, Rosetta expresses her intention to express gratitude for someone's return, her face calm but thoughtful. Rosette, adorned with a lace veil, reacts with surprise when she receives unexpected news from Amen, her eyes sparkling with emotion. In the great hall, Alan, his black hair short and neat, makes an important discovery, a mixture of surprise and intent on his face. Rosetta, fervently hoping for something, clasps her hands. Her melancholy is palpable in her tense posture and serious expression. Filled with determination, Alan pledges to fulfill any wishes during their journey. His face has the determination to fulfill his promise. When this is clear, Rosette learns of Alan's intention to support her, and her face becomes relieved and her eyes soften in gratitude. Moved by this gesture, Rosetta is silently grateful, her closed eyes and calm expression indicating her deep gratitude. A scene of urgency unfolds as the riders ride furiously through the night, their movements swift and purposeful under the starry sky. The silence of the night is broken by a call. The voice demands the riders stop, introducing a moment of tension and uncertainty. Rosetta looks to her nanny for answers about the disturbing sounds, her face a mixture of confusion and worry under the moonlight. With a feeling of anxiety, Rosetta contemplates the night. Her intuition gives a hint that something is wrong. Nazar and his fellow soldiers hurried through the dark forest, stop signs flashing amid the flurry of traffic. Their determination is evident as they gallop towards their mission. The intensity of the chase leads to stumbling. A young soldier lies on the ground, his face twisted in fear, screaming for help as chaos unfolds around him. Rosetta, balanced and calm, stands to the side. The sounds of conflict reach her, causing a puzzled reaction as she wonders the origin of the fuss. Rosette's elegance is visible against the backdrop of the night as she pauses, alarmed by the distant cries of a quarrel, her anxiety growing. A dark figure on horseback commands the scene with his ominous presence, the clanging of swords emphasizing the danger the soldiers face. Nazar faces a powerful foe as his comrades are defeated. Their desperate screams and the clanging of metal highlight the fury of the battle. As the battle escalates, Rosette's stunned expression shows her fear. The night is alive with the sounds of conflict, its outcome unknown. Stunned, the soldiers lie scattered on the ground. Their collective defeat is palpable in their cries, reflecting a sense of hopelessness. Rosetta stands resolutely, chained in a magical barrier. A tooltip above it warns of approaching danger. Nazar clutches his shining sword, ready to fight. The tension in his position suggests that he is on the verge of leaping into action. A mysterious figure on horseback, shrouded in darkness, rides furiously under the moonlit sky, their cloak billowing behind them. Rosetta appears badly wounded and is supported by an ally as they are cordoned off by a fiery battlefield, urgently calling for them to hurry. Under the cover of darkness, Rosetta and her companion choose a secret path, illuminated only by the soft light of nearby lanterns. Nazar's face is determined, his blue eyes focused forward, indicating a clear sense of purpose and intensity. In a flash of action, the man raises his sword, shouts in defiance, ready to engage in a desperate fight. The silhouette of a horseman gallops, his sword trailing light, and in the foreground, a fallen enemy reaches out in vain. A glance down shows the character channeling the energy, perhaps casting a powerful spell as dark leaves swirl around. A shadow-shrouded, cloaked figure stands over Rosette, who is enveloped in radiant energy, hinting at protective or healing powers at work. In a moment frozen in time, hands join with the promise of warmth, their union glowing on the cosmic canvas where the words "attention" burn brightly, hinting at a mysterious meaning. Eyes wide with sudden fear, Rosette's expression captures the moment of shock as her name pulses through the night, an eerie glow illuminating her face in the encroaching darkness. The nanny's outstretched hand grants authority. The stern, white prompt demands attention in one word that resonates with irresistibility. As the scene changes, the cloaked figure rushes frantically across the dark landscape, their hasty pace punctuated by a sharp exclamation cutting through the silence, an echo of suffering among the shadows. The nanny's face is etched with heartache, her plea for silence a sharp departure from her previous resolve, revealing a vulnerability as deep as her previous authority. Under the magic of the night, a figure in blue breaks through in front, a silhouette sharp against the whisper of leaves, and a cry to stop hangs in the air like a ghost. Rosetta, carried away by the mysterious figure in blue, protests against her fate, her declaration, "I am not a bride," resonating as a bold challenge facing her uncertain future. Urgent whispers of silence fall from the cloaked figure, their presence both a shield and a shackle for Rosette to do nothing but cry out quietly, a stark contrast to her previous outburst. A single tear glistens on Rosette's cheek, reflecting the moonlight as she whispers a plea, her vulnerability exposed in the tender pleading of her gaze, begging for the compassion that this night owes her. In the established silence, Rosetta's eyes, filled with silent tears, seek mercy. Her voice barely whispers on the canvas of the night. Her pleas hang by a thread along with the decision of the approaching kidnapper. Rosetta looks dismayed in close-up as Nazar speaks to her softly but firmly, his tone indicating a warning. He warns her to remain silent to avoid falling and getting hurt. Under the shining moon, the duo quickly escapes on horseback. Nazar is focused and calm, while Rosetta, capsized on her horse in front of him, appears to be losing consciousness or in a state of deep shock. Nazar warns Rosetta in a serious tone, advising her to remain silent if she does not want to fall and get hurt. Rosetta's face, illuminated by the moonlight, reflects fear, and her green eyes are wide with apprehension. The urgency grows as Nazar spurs his horse into a gallop, and the word haste escapes him. Rosetta, pressed tightly against him, looks upset and overwhelmed by the situation. There is a chase in the middle of the night. The third character, Rita, confirms to Nazar that there are no problems with the pursuers, while Rosetta seems to know nothing and is focused on escaping. Nazar became wary, checking over his shoulder for signs of pursuit. He notes that people from Rosetta's male side are still at a distance. Companion Rita assures Nazar that everything was done according to his instructions. Meanwhile, Rosetta, looking back, seems to be struggling with the reality of the situation. The power of the Nazar name becomes apparent when a character uses it to instantly calm a hostile group, demonstrating Nazar's authority and influence. Rosette is shocked by the realization, wondering if she has been mistaken for someone else. There is confusion and surprise on her face. As the escape continues, Rosetta tries to explain her intentions, but Nazar appears startled by her revelation, causing tension between them. In a dimly lit scene, Nazar, a man with a confident smile, wears a dress uniform with a badge. He rhetorically asks if the double was used at the wedding, which is critical to the future of his tribe. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair and a wedding veil, looks upset and lost in thought. She sadly admits that no one believes her. Under the night sky, Nazar wants to take Rosetta with him, but the cloaked figure briefly reminds him that he is not interested in women. Nazar's group, shrouded in cloaks and riding horses, remains silent, prompting Nazar to challenge their loyalty and question their haste. While on horseback, the cloaked figures ponder Rosetta's fate, suspecting that Nazar may have a plan for her. Nazar, defiant and illuminated by a mysterious light, refuses to be mocked, insisting on the honor of his alter ego. Nazar confronts the shadowy figure about Rosetta's father's actions having consequences for their tribe. In a tense moment, Nazar looks at a group of cloaked figures in the forest, reflecting on the law of retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Amidst the gloomy gathering, Rosette kneels on the ground, bathed in an ominous purple light as cloaked figures look on. Rosette, surrounded by darkness and eerie thorns, ponders the strangeness of the situation and is surprised by the conversation taking place around her. Rosette, with golden hair, is visibly preoccupied, pressing her hand to her chest, contemplating a terrible thought about herself, surrounded by darkness. In a dramatic scene under a twilight sky, Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, solemnly declares that Rosetta will be his wife, amid a rain of red leaves. That same starry night, a man reacts with disbelief to Nazar's proclamation, doubting what he just heard, while others around look at him with the same surprise. Another man on horseback, showing shock and concern, confronts Nazar about his intentions to marry Rosetta, the daughter of a prominent figure expressing his surprise, is visible in the eyes of the man, condemning Nazar's actions, reminding him of past crimes that cannot be forgotten. Nazar answers the challenge with a steadfast gaze, questioning the authority of anyone who dares to object to him. A mood of confrontation fills the air as Nazar, shackled in shadow, stands with Rosette as he proclaims defiance to anyone who opposes his will. Tension rises as Nazar orders movement forward, with Rosetta next to him, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding figures, shrouded in darkness. A moment of realization hits one of the men hard, his face showing a mixture of pity and sadness as ghostly silhouettes loom above him in the background. Rosette protests in an embarrassed voice, full of emotion, that her opinion has been completely neglected in the discussion of her own fate. Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, stands in the shadows, his gaze fixed on something off-screen. His face is serious. The cool light washes it with a blue tint, hinting at a solemn mood. Rosetta, a woman with long golden hair, looks up with a sad expression. She has a sense of anxiety as she seems to be caught in a moment of deep emotion where the word liar written above reflects a feeling of betrayal or deception. In a room filled with sunlight, Rosetta, dressed in a green and yellow dress, stands to the side. Nazar, visible from behind, is facing her. The scene looks tense, as if they are having a difficult conversation about a decision made regarding Rosetta's future. Nazar, who is now in a room glowing with a soft blue light, speaks encouragingly. Despite the beauty of the flowers around him, his solemn face conveys a serious promise, respect and patience. The sincerity of this moment becomes even greater when Nazar tenderly holds Rosetta's hands. Under a magical night sky filled with flowers and butterflies, he vows to wait until she is ready, no matter how long it takes, adding a touch of tenderness to the solemn promise. Under a moonlit sky, Rosette is carried on horseback by a mysterious figure. They urge their companions to rest, indicating that they have traveled a great distance and the urgency of their escape is palpable. Rosette, now in the arms of a dark-cloaked figure, looks dazed and confused. The eerie night and the presence of a stranger create a mysterious and possibly threatening atmosphere as she asks where they are. As she kneels surrounded by roses, Rosette looks up humbly, acknowledging her inability to escape on her own due to her lack of horsemanship, which adds a level of vulnerability to her situation. Nazar, up close and clouded, questions Rosetta's revelation with a combination of surprise and concern, emphasizing his lack of knowledge of her predicament and perhaps awareness of her situation. Rosette stands in the night, illuminated by a pale light, expressing her understanding that living amidst deception can lead to the loss of oneself, but questions the depth of such change, reflecting on her own experiences and inner turmoil. On a moonlit night, Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes, solemnly reveals to Rossetti, who has heard about the daughter of a high-ranking official. Meanwhile, Rosetta, adorned with her golden hair, quietly replies, commenting on the golden hue of her locks. Under the starry sky, Nazar stands tall and asserts, "You are right," in response to the unspoken truth. Rosette, looking at him with serious eyes, barely whispers, "Really, Among the shady grove, Nazar firmly declares, "It's time to leave," while his companions wait behind. Rosetta, who is held tightly by Nazar, resists and shouts, "No, I don't want to." Surrounded by a menacing crowd, Rosetta furiously demands that she be fired. "Where are you taking me?" Her captors laugh mockingly, basking in her defiance. As Nazar restrains her, Rosetta's captor notices the tenacious spirit, hinting that she will not be easy to deal with. Her eyes sparkle with fear and determination. Fear grips Rosette as she begs, "No, don't come!" The laughter of the hijackers fades, and the ominous presence of Nazar looms over her, holding her hand. The night erupts into chaos when Rosette, dressed in white, is captured by a mob. Her voice cuts through the darkness, "Let me go!" when she tries to escape from their hands. In the middle of the night, Nazar stands bare-chested, a commanding figure, and Rosetta, trembling, insists on his departure. "I told you to go." Amidst the tension, Nazar's shadow looms as he tightens his grip on his dark blade, and Rosette desperately pleads, "I told you to leave." The sequence ends with a powerful show of defiance as Nazar, surrounded by dark patterns and roses, demands, "Step back!" His figure is a combination of menacing and attractive. Rosetta, her golden hair falling over her shoulders, looks at Nazar with wide, innocent eyes, conveying a sense of surprise and hesitant acceptance of the situation unfolding around them, her exterior combining fear and compliance. Nazar, with his piercing blue eyes, controls the space with an intense gaze that seems to penetrate the very air between them, his presence as menacing as the mysterious symbols glowing with an otherworldly light nearby. Rosetta's green eyes reflect Nazar's stoic image, a symbol of her focus and the seriousness of their interaction, filled with emotional intensity that connects their two worlds. Under the starry sky, Nazar's face is a portrait of internal conflict, the muscles of his jaw clenched as he firmly states his reluctance to continue the mixture of fear and determination written on his features. The room resonates with Nazar's determined voice as he pleads louder, a plea that seems both desperate and commanding, his voice carrying the violent emotions raging within him, filling the silence with his powerful defiance. In a scene filled with anticipation, Rosetta remains motionless, her breath seemingly caught in her throat as Nazar's hand hovers directly above her. The decision he faces palpable in the charged air, his touch only a whisper to change everything. The atmosphere changes dramatically as we see Nazar silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling reds and darks, his sword drawn in a position that shows a willingness to allow the violence and brutality that the situation demands, hinting at a darker narrative lurking beneath the surface. Gripping his sword tightly, Nazar's figure is the embodiment of determination and controlled power. His posture speaks of readiness to act. The blade is an extension of his will, and the tension around him is as palpable as the night itself. The visual narrative takes a poignant turn when Nazar and Rosetta find themselves surrounded by a flurry of petals and the harsh reality of their situation. Their first night as husband and wife becoming a battleground of emotions and unspoken truths, a stark contrast between love and excitement, brightly painted around them. The saga ends with Nazar standing over Rosetta amid a sea of blood-red petals, the weight of their shared situation reflected in their eyes, their facial expressions a complex tapestry of love and struggle that intertwines their destinies, leaving their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Rosetta, with her flowing golden locks, talks about her tragic fate and someone's murderous intentions. Her face expresses shock and despair, captured in a moment of grim realization. Nazar stands nearby, his long black hair contrasting with the night. He talks about taking drastic measures to get them out of trouble. Rosette, on her knees with tear-stained eyes, asks for forgiveness, indicating deep remorse for the events that unfolded. The scene changes. Nazar is holding a dagger, his blue eyes looking intense. He mocks the sharpness of the blade, hinting at a grim solution. The fear and tension are palpable as he looks down at Rosetta, who recoils in fear. Amidst the cascade of cherry blossoms, Rosetta's eyes fill with tears, and she silently presses her hand to her mouth. The petals evoke fleeting beauty and fragility, reflecting her emotional state. Nazar's figure is stoic as he suggests that self-harm can be a solution to avoid becoming a burden. His posture indicates determination and cold detachment from the situation. As they sit side by side, Nazar's profile is illuminated by a dim light. He seems to be deep in thought, the weight of their predicament hanging in the silence between them. Nazar appears on a horse under the starry sky, reflecting on a recent event. The place is quiet, but there is an undercurrent of waiting or unfinished business. A man in armor, identified as Alan with short black hair, arrives on the scene. His cry, perhaps a name, cuts through the darkness, creating an immediacy that contrasts with the silence. In a dramatic turn, Alan pleads for safety, ostensibly trying to prevent a sinister event. His face expresses desperation, emphasized by the persistent repetition of his plea. Tensions reach a peak when Alan discovers Rosette, seemingly unharmed, with another man. His shock is obvious, his cry canceling out the surprise and embarrassment of the moment. Alan's expression is tense and shocked. Something caught his attention. He says in horror, realizing the alarming act of the wife of 100. Alan, dressed in ceremonial uniform, stands firmly with a stern expression. He seems to be facing an invisible situation with the sound of cough, indicates sudden awareness or action. Rose, with concern in her voice, explains to Alan that it wasn't them. The atmosphere is cloudy and she seems to be seeking understanding or agreement. A shadowy figure appears against a starry background, referred to in the text clue as Freak Quat. This indicates the discovery of a significant and perhaps sinister character. Rosie theorizes that a mysterious figure, presumably Kavat, has enticed the lady, which could mean a kidnapping or involvement in a larger conflict. Alan looks at the round object in his hand with concern, suspecting that it belongs to the Quat clan. This artifact seems to be of great significance, perhaps indicating problems. Alan, determined, orders Rose to help. as indicated by the sound of krong. It is clear that there is an urgency and a need for action in their conversation. Under the night sky, Alan orders a gathering of capable men to confront, suggesting an inevitable battle or challenge to resolve the situation. Alan rejects the idea of an immediate attack, marked by the Kernji sound effect. He seems to believe that there is no need for rash actions, which demonstrates strategic thinking. A new imposing figure appears and says even better, as a puzzled Rosie asks the meaning. This indicates a new development or turn in their predicament. Alan stares ahead, speculating on the character's motives for the hobby, suggesting that they might consider it a gift. He then laughs at Rose, telling her to prepare for what's to come. In a moment of tension, three characters stand under the shadow of an ominous warning. The uniformed male figure looks worried, the middle-aged woman looks startled, and Rose is embarrassed as she calls for her father. The man, who strongly denies any wrongdoing, argues with Rosie. Despite her emotional pleas, he insists that he is innocent, relieved by God's mercy, and hints that Rose escaped a terrible fate. Rose, overcome with anger, blames the man for her predicament. Her face is contorted with emotion. She holds back a tear, hinting at deep betrayal and grief. Under cover of darkness, a figure accuses Alan of kidnapping a woman. The man's posture suggests an imposing presence, enveloping the woman in a protective embrace. With a mixture of anger and accusation in his eyes, Alan appears to be confronted with a past misdeed. His facial expression reflects a mixture of image and defiance. On a cool night, a man in uniform stands, puzzled by the accusation. He celebrates his protective role in Rose's life by contrasting his honor with the claims made against him. Tensions reach a peak when the man in green, full of indignation, confronts Rosie. His stance and facial expression convey deep hurt, hinting that he feels unfairly accused. A dramatic scene unfolds under the moonlight. The man begs for understanding, unable to understand Rose's accusations. Their shared history and the man's distrust are palpable. In a somber mood, the man in green reveals his view of marriage, emphasizing its commitment. His tone carries a sense of inevitability and preparation for what is to come. Alan looks away with a pained expression, as if struggling with a truth he doesn't want to reveal. His eyes, tired of untold stories, convey a mixture of defiance and humility. In a bitter confrontation, Alan faces a larger figure accusing him of a grave past crime involving a woman and her future man that casts a long shadow over the history of their tribe. The prosecutor points out that the tribe knows the origin of his facial scar, which is evidence of an infamous incident in which Alan was involved. Revealing Scar's backstory adds a layer of depth to his character. Alina can see how he misses the woman. The pain is clear in his posture and downturned lips. The woman appears injured or worse, adding a dark note to the unfolding drama. A quick and sudden movement indicates an act of violence. The words, "Oh, you, who are you?" express a moment of great shock or recognition, hinting at a dramatic turn in the tale. When Alan encounters another character, there is a feeling of hopelessness. The dialogue suggests a refusal to comply, hinting at Alan's determination to challenge the status quo or confront unseen authorities. In a moment of self-confident declaration, Alan stands under the moonlight, determined to save the princess, positioning him as a strong advocate in the telling of the story. The sound of horse hooves at night creates a scene of urgency or pursuit, hinting at a race against time or flight from impending danger. Alan, on horseback, prepares to act quickly, perhaps to avoid being captured or to rush to someone's aid, emphasizing his role as an active agent in the story. Alan's profile is illuminated against the night sky, his eyes wide with worry. He reassures someone, perhaps a princess, by signaling a protective and perhaps heroic aspect of his character. On a dark and mystical night, a knight promises to restore the princess's honor, no matter the cost, as the stars twinkle above. With mad determination in his eyes, the man exclaims, amazed and suspicious, when faced with an invisible enemy or revelation. A gloved hand holds a sword with a golden, ornate hilt that sparkles with light, indicating its rarity and power. That same exquisite sword is shown to symbolize the power of the kingdom, with patterns indicating its royal and sacred nature. In the majestic display, the kingdom's lineage is presented through shining symbols and two princesses next to the prince, highlighting their royal status. A man in green clothes looks up in horror. his face disfigured by fear against an ominous dark purple background. Rosetta, a woman with golden locks, appears calm among the floral beauty, framed by delicate patterns that hint at her royal importance. Alan, a man with short black hair, rides in front of an attentive crowd. A passerby called him by another princess name, confirming his noble status. Alan appears anxious under the night sky, his eyes reflecting serious concern. The word defeat looms, hinting at a dismal failure. A woman lies on the ground, screaming in horror, surrounded by ominous darkness. The text hints that she is in danger, increasing the tension in the scene. Looking at the burning city, Alan seems thoughtful. The future of his people hangs in the balance, as evidenced by the dramatic scene and surrounding fire. Among the dismayed crowd, a man shouts that the bride has returned to Earth. The resonance and surprise among people is palpable. The two men engage in a tense conversation. One, surprised, learns about the refusal of the wedding, hinting at unexpected social upheavals. In a heated moment, one man angrily confronts the other, who appears shocked. Their gestures indicate that a serious argument has just arisen. A cloaked figure on horseback conveys messages to men in uniform. The bride has been taken. The tone is dark, and the night adds intrigue. The hero argues that insisting on marriage could provoke war, revealing the stakes of the situation. The concern is evident in his expression. Alan curses the traitors, his face disfigured with anger. Betrayal cuts deep, promising horrific consequences for everyone involved. On a month's night, a man named Alan appears riding a horse, looking at two people. He speaks confidently, pointing out that they seem to be in trouble. Alan, level-headed and noble, believes that it would be wise to cooperate to save the princess. His stern appearance reflects his seriousness about the mission and the potential consequences of their past mistakes. Trapped by strong emotions, Alan firmly believes that he cannot be defeated. His fierce expression emphasizes his determination and the seriousness of the situation he faces. Urgency denotes Alan's command when he orders the swords to be drawn in preparation for battle. His leadership becomes evident as he prepares his men for the inevitable conflict. Alan is in the middle of the battle, screaming about capturing a person without killing them, his voice forcing attention and humility. Amid the chaos, Alan leads the charge with an air of haste. His figure, illuminated by an otherworldly glow, paves the way forward, decisive and inexorable. In a moment of strategic reflection, Alan considers their next move. He is focused on finding the princess, and his determination is evident in his sharp gaze. Surrounded by darkness, Alan's resolve hardens. He knows that their opponents will not give up easily, and he recognizes that the only way left is to remove all obstacles. With a commanding presence, Alan rides his horse into battle. His dynamic posture and the energy surrounding him indicate rapid and powerful progress. In a dramatic confrontation, Alan stands resolutely with a shining sword. He warns others to clear the way or face danger, emitting an aura of golden light symbolizing his strength and determination. A stern man, surrounded by soldiers, lets out a commanding cry, insisting on stopping someone by any means necessary, with failure not an option. Rose, with her brown hair flowing, declares that she killed Nano, her angry eyes showing no remorse as she clutches her sword, while the other woman next to her is amazed and scared. The man pleads earnestly, eyes wide with fear, begging to save the princess, emphasizing the urgency and desperation of the situation. The man in uniform is surprised, his surprised face showing deep realization or shock, with only one exclamation accompanying his expression. Under the moonlight, the calm night sky unfolds over the quiet greenhouse, the stars twinkling above, creating a carefree and beautiful scene. Lying in bed, a person reflects on how everything turned out, expressing dissatisfaction with his boredom, hinting at inner unrest or dissatisfaction. The character with the knife contemplates bringing someone back to their father when the time is right, offering a plan or promise to be fulfilled. The reclining figure confidently proclaims that returning home will not change their marital status, hinting at a complicated relationship or arrangement. The reclining figure firmly states that they are not obligated to perform the actions, asserting their autonomy and freedom, while the other listens intently. The listening man with shining eyes assures that he will carry out his words, reflecting determination and determination. Rosetta stands at the window at night, silently brooding as if contemplating her loneliness. Nazar, looking outward, wonders whether this silent, inactive state will continue, pointing to a general feeling of stagnation. Lying shirtless, Nazar comments on the uncomfortably cool night, predicting a rough, potentially restless sleep. Rosette turns away, asking if she could sleep with him and how she can trust him, showing her doubts and insecurities. Nazar dismissively states that he is not interested in a child like him, his tone indifferent and possibly hiding deeper feelings. Confused and surprised, Rosette wonders what he meant by calling him a child, indicating that she is offended and confused by his words. In the silence of the night, Rosetta looks at the sleeping Nazar. The expression on her face was one of deep thought and worry. Rosette is trembling and conflicted, admitting to herself that she is cold and wants to sleep, but refuses to do so when he is around. Her stubbornness is obvious. Night envelops Rosette as she curls up alone, telling herself that everything will be okay. Rosette finds solace in Nazar's arms. The night's doubts are calmed by his embrace as they are both exposed to the vulnerability of the moment. In a serene moment, Rosetta sleeps under a blanket of peace, her breath visible in the cold air, signaling a deep and restful sleep. A shadowed figure stands by the bed, watching Rosetta rest peacefully. The word bubble at the top conveys a silent pause, a moment between words and silence. Nazar's eyes, dark blue and laden with unspoken thoughts, look down, reflecting inner excitement or worry as he watches the sleeping Rosetta with a complex expression. Tender and caring arms are clasped around Rosette, conveying a silent promise of care and protection as she continues to sleep, unaware of the attention he is attracting. Nazar's athletic silhouette stands over Rosette, his protective presence contrasting sharply with her vulnerability in the dream, emphasizing the Burns' silent vow. Rosetta, an image of peaceful rest, lies with her eyes closed, her features softened by a soothing glow enveloping her, symbolizing a moment of carefree sleep. The garden story features a whimsical gazebo created specifically for Rosetta, illustrating a personal and cherished escape amidst lush greenery. The text accompanying another image tells of Rosette's loneliness as her siblings are too busy to join her, painting a picture of a princess who is often lonely but content in her gazebo. Request: where are you, Rosetta? Floating in the air of the garden, someone in search of a princess among her sanctuary of peace and quiet. Rosetta, radiant and full of life, calls Mama. Amidst the burst of blossoming flowers, her face glowed with happiness, signaling a warm connection. Rosette looks curiously at the other character and asks what they were worried about, referring to the casual but direct interaction. The girl with double golden buns and slightly flushed cheeks replies that she was busy playing, hinting at the innocent fun associated with the kitten. The mention of the kitten brings back memories of Rosetta looking away thoughtfully, her green eyes a combination of recognition and introspection. Rosetta, speaking confidently, asserts to the younger girl that someone is very shy, which is why this person only plays with Rosetta. She looks for confirmation with hope. Yes? Rosette asserts with elegance and authority that the kitten is a gift for the young girl, expressing her gratitude and asking if the giver is still around. A young girl with buns looks up in surprise and notices something on a tree. The expression on her face is one of awe and surprise. Revealed in its beauty, a majestic golden-winged creature appears, hinting at the true nature of the kitten with which the girl was playing. Rosette's mother watches in wonder as the golden wings unfurl, covering her mouth with her hand in surprise as she realizes the majesty of what unfolds before her. A young girl innocently asks the term mom, a question full of naive curiosity and desire to understand. Rosette holds the young girl close as she surveys the situation. Her face reflects benevolence and bittersweet realization as she discusses the consequences of their meeting. Rosette lies unconscious with a calm expression on her face, her hand gently touching her face. A one-letter tooltip means she's about to speak. Rosette wakes up in surprise, wondering why she is in bed, when she remembers that she fell on the floor. She sits wrapped in sheets, embarrassed and worried. Wide-eyed and confused, Rosette grabs the necklace, amazed by the turn of events and the unexpected situation. She panics as she considers her answer, realizing that someone has returned to the room, and her face is a combination of fear and uncertainty. Rosette sits in shock, clutching the sheets to her chest, when the figure of a man appears in the room, casting a shadow over her. She looks on in disbelief, doubting whether the events were as she remembered, the man's presence both startling and confirming her reality. The man, Nazar, with striking blue eyes, ponders whether Rosetta's clothing could be the cause of the misunderstanding, hinting at a deeper context. Nazar stands by the bed, relieved to see that Rosetta is awake, his face a complex combination of worry and formality. He comments on Rosette's deep sleep, expressing gratitude that he did not have to wake her himself, instilling a sense of duty and concern. Nazar confirms that he carried Rosetta to bed, responding to her surprise with a straightforward confession, revealing a pragmatic behavior. Rosette sits in contemplative silence, her golden locks falling down as she reflects on the unexpected friendship that has arisen between herself and another. Nazar, whose eyes are a striking shade of blue, speaks sharply, clearly communicating to Rossetti his disinterest in matters concerning children, and his profile is stern. With a mixture of surprise and defiance lighting up her bright green eyes, Rosetta makes a strong statement of his maturity, rejecting any notion that he is an ordinary child and expressing his disappointment at his recent demotion in status. The image of a child being ignored and secluded is evoked in Rosetta as it conveys feelings of insignificance and neglect. Rosetta suddenly realizes her face is shocked. All this time, Nazar has been awake, observing everything unprecedented. Nazar casually stands almost aloof, questioning Rosetta's lack of appetite, suggesting a carefree disregard for her well-being. Rosette defiantly rested her chin on her hands with her eyes closed, decisively rejecting the offer of food, bluntly stating that she was not hungry and would not eat. With an air of stoic humility, Nazar accepts Rosetta's choice, making it clear that her decision to eat or starve does not concern him. Nazar casually asks Rosetta about her ability to go without food until the evening, hinting at the challenge behind his indifferent behavior. When Nazar announces his name and leaves, the distance between him and Rosetta becomes palpable, his departure marking a distinct and lonely end to their conversation. Nazar stands in front of Rosetta, declaring that he brought what she asked for. The tone suggests a sense of duty or obligation fulfilled. In a quiet environment, Nazar informs Rossetti that he has found women's clothing that could be purchased in the village, but nothing new, which indicates a certain limitation or disappointment. Nazar gives the clothes to Rossetti with a hint of pride or pleasure in his eyes, perhaps believing that she will appreciate his efforts. Face indicated by a smile and the text "ha ha" appears to be cheerful or pleased, perhaps with Rosetta's reaction to his actions. Rosetta looks at Nazar with curiosity and perhaps a little skepticism as he stands in his outfit, expressing his surprise with a "wow." Rosette looks at the small, delicate dress with a soft expression, her words showing that she thinks it is cute. A mixture of surprise and concern is visible in Rosetta's eyes as she wonders why Nazar took so long to prepare the dress and food while wondering about his intentions. Nazar urges Rosetta to hurry as the others wait, anticipating an upcoming journey or event they must attend. Rosette looks up, her eyes full of worry, doubting whether anyone, probably Nazar, will be able to reach their destination or complete the task, her face conveying a sense of urgency or worry. Nazar orders someone to stop. His profile is clear against a white background. The scene suggests sudden intervention or the need to stop the action. Rosette, with tears in her eyes, seems embarrassed, complaining about her empty hair, which can get tangled. Nazar stands tall, his question directed at Rosetta, asking her to explain what she means, while she seems worried that her hair will get tangled if she changes into a certain dress. Nazar, pictured on the side, is quiet and thoughtful, with a hint of worry or planning. Rosetta sits in the stream of light, looking up with pleading eyes and asking Nazar if he can help with her tangled hair. Nazar can be seen closer, with a magical spark sparkling around his fingers, indicating a hint of charm as he prepares to likely perform magic. Nazar has his back turned to the viewer, with 2 fingers raised in a mysterious gesture, sparkling with a magical radiance, as if beginning to perform magic. Rosetta seems alarmed by Nazar's actions, perceiving them as a signal to turn around, like a dog, feeling slightly offended. Rosette looks at her with disappointment, her initial excitement now replaced by the realization that she is being treated like a pet. In close-up, Rosetta appears resigned, her expectations lowered, as she comments that the current situation is not as favorable as she had hoped. Rosetta's profile is softly illuminated by the light, and Nazar's hand gently touches her shoulder, hinting at the moment of connection or the beginning of the magic of detangling her hair. Nazar stands tall in an unlaced shirt, and Rosetta looks at him with slight amazement and interest in her green eyes. Rosetta is contemplative, focusing on the purple ribbon in her braid as she wonders if it is the same one that Nazar once owned. Rosette politely refuses help, her expression soft but firm as she responds to the unseen man's concern. Nazar talks to Rosetta with his back turned, asking to turn the ribbon later, establishing a moment of trust between them. In close-up, Nazar's blue eyes reflect seriousness as he reveals the sentimental value of the ribbon. It belonged to his mother. Shock and realization flicker across Rosetta's face as she realizes the meaning of the ribbon that binds them. Rosetta stands, taken aback by the morning's greetings, her elegance emphasized by the ribbon that now has greater meaning. Urgency creeps in on Rosetta's morning when she is ordered to quickly go to the square, leaving her a little perplexed. A new level of mystery is revealed as Nazar discusses the search for evidence of a key event, the tension evident in his posture. Rosette pauses, surprised by the word gridana, showing confusion as she tries to understand its meaning in the midst of her amazement. Nazar looks over the book, contemplating his trick. He seems to be internally conflicted about his decision to deceive the bird, the reasons for which remain a mystery to him. Rosette looks up, a mixture of question and intent on her face. She tries to understand Nazar's mysterious behavior, the reason for his need to deceive the hawk. Nazar rides on horseback with fierce determination, pondering his right to punish his enemies. The tacit acknowledgement that no one will challenge his actions is evident in his posture and gaze. Surprise covers Rosetta's face as she reflects on Nazar's protective nature. Her face is a canvas of embarrassment and silent gratitude for his unspoken guardianship. Nazar signals Rossetti about their imminent departure with an outstretched hand. He speaks of haste, hinting at a journey more urgent and faster than any they have taken before. Mounting their horses, Nazar and Rosetta rush forward. Their shared urgency is palpable, their pace swift as they begin their journey surrounded by a blur of traffic. In the blink of an eye, Nazar's intense blue eyes open a world of thoughts. His gaze is distant, hinting at deep contemplation or concern for what lies ahead. Rosetta's worried expression captures a moment of vulnerability. She appears startled, perhaps by a sudden discovery or an unexpected turn of events, her gaze drawn to something unseen. Their hands are clenched, a silent agreement of mutual support. This gentle gesture speaks of deep trust, offering comfort without the need for words. Together, Nazar and Rosetta prepare for a quick escape. Nazar reassures Rosetta with a reminder to hold on tight, showing that they are ready to face whatever challenges await them. In a dimly lit stone hallway, Alan stands alone, his expression conveying a sense of compassion and responsibility as he acknowledges that the predicament they find themselves in is because of him. He suggests that they must have escaped from their current location. Nanny Rossetti sits in a dark cell expressing her sadness and forgiveness to someone invisible. She says that the old man grabbed them, her words surrounded by cold iron bars and the shadows of imprisonment. In a tense standoff, Alan assures Nanny Rossetti, who is seen behind bars in the background, that she is not to blame for their situation. His hard gaze and assertive posture convey a defensive attitude. Alan broods inwardly, his face half-shrouded, admitting his indiscretion and admitting guilt for their current horrific circumstances. His self-recrimination is palpable in the silence around him. Amid a dramatic backdrop, Nanny Rossetti and another figure face an unseen threat, one of whom defends himself with a sword. The tension of the situation is aggravated by the bold announcement of the challenge. In a moment of shock, Alan's wide-eyed and wide-mouthed expression reflects his reaction to the unexpected development, emphasizing the urgency and surprise of the moment. Alan speaks solemnly about the difficulty they would face finding their way without their tribe, his tone serious and his eyes filled with a mixture of determination and regret. With a pained look on her face, Nanny Rossetti expresses disbelief that someone would betray them, the blue hues of the scene emphasizing the coldness of the deception. In a somber and brooding mood, Alan and Nanny Rossetti share a moment of quiet understanding, the weight of betrayal hanging heavy between them as they sit apart. Alan, with his back to the bars of his cell, makes a solemn vow never to forgive, his profile etched with determination and a deep sense of betrayal. Alan stands behind bars with a worried expression, unaware of what is about to unfold. He is out of tension because he is in a moment of surprise or anxiety. A pair of feet walk across the stone floor of a dimly lit, spacious dungeon, the environment evoking a sense of isolation and foreboding. Alan and Rossetti's nanny is visible in the camera. The nanny is sitting and Alan is crouching. The bars cast long shadows, emphasizing their bondage. Rose stands behind the bars of the dungeon, with a fire raging behind her. Her facial expression is one of determined seriousness, perhaps indicating her intention to change the course of events. In a heated moment, Alan, eyes wide with shock, cries out in horror, reflecting sudden, intense emotion caused by an unseen cause. Rose motions for silence, pressing a finger to her lips. Her presence is secret, suggesting that she came without the other's knowledge, perhaps to help. Bread is offered to someone who has seemed to have been in the cell for a long time, an act of simple kindness in an overcast setting. Alan refuses the bread with an air of disbelief and disappointment, perhaps angered by the situation or feeling unfair about the charges brought against him. Rose speaks earnestly to Alan, her face illuminated by light. The scene involves a serious conversation about escaping or fighting an impending danger. Rosie warns Alan of dire consequences if her father finds out about her disappearance, risking their safety and hinting at a desperate situation. Alan looks solemnly as someone reminisces about the difficulty of escorting him, given the surveillance he's under. His gaze is intense, a single tear running down his cheek. Rosie stands in the cell holding a burning torch, expressing remorse for her actions towards those present, indicating that she has offended them in some way. She speaks with conviction of her intention to prevent senseless casualties, and the tears return to her eyes. Rose seems determined, unafraid of her own death for the sake of her people. Alan confronts Rosie, questioning her motives, asking if her current actions are an attempt to help them. He confronts her sharply, wondering out loud what would change if they let her go, his profile casting a shadow against the light. Rose stands firm, declaring that she will let them go on one condition, her face half lit, determination etched on her features. Confused and worried, Nanny Rosetta stands next to Alan, her expression filled with concern, repeating the word condition, seeking to clarify Rosie's conditions. Rose, with a torch in her hand, tells the silent spectators not to talk about the kidnapping of the princess, her face serious and authoritative. Alan, visibly disappointed, accuses Rosie of still lying and manipulating them. He threatens that if he decides to leave, his life will end. At the last moment, Rose accepts her fate, ready to die to save her tribe, her silhouette framed by a soft glow, her expression peaceful and humble. With determination in her eyes, Rose stands in a darkened hallway holding a torch and ponders her responsibility to protect something precious to her. Alan, who looks serious in his military garb, thinks to himself of a clock that is ticking, hinting at an urgency or deadline that must be met. Looking out the majestic window decorated with intricate floral designs, Alan thinks of someone who cares for Rose and could lead an army, symbolizing leadership and protection. Rosie peers out from behind bars, her face expressing concern as she questions whether the perfect man can raise an army, her doubts about her leadership potential obvious. Under soft lighting, Alan declares his official support for Rose, demonstrating his devotion to her as part of his duty. In the sunlit garden, Rose, who sits with a child in a pink dress, believes in the ability to trust more than anyone else, hinting at hope and innocence. The man, probably Alan, stands with a serious expression against a background of flowers, his red eyes standing out, indicating depth of emotion or hidden pain. Rosie talks to Nanny in the dim dungeon, planning to speed up their strategy by talking out loud, indicating their tactical awareness. A hand holding a folded document suggests imminent action or the receipt of important information, hinting at developments that may change their circumstances. Nazar stands behind bars, questioning Rosetta about what happened between her and a man named Kavat. Rosette looks at him, surprised and perhaps preoccupied by the question. Rosetta is seen with strong determination, declaring that there is no point in hiding things anymore, and Nazar warns her not to pretend that she does not understand, since he heard everything. The close-up shows Nazar from a lower angle, stern and imposing, who insists on not being deceived by Rosetta's ignorance. Rosetta confronts Nazar, admitting that she will tell him everything. She says that this story dates back to before birth 20 years ago. The tranquil scene depicts Rosette riding on horseback through a lush landscape with an unknown figure, suggesting a journey or escape. Rosette complains about the endless horseback riding, which hurts her back, indicating that they have been traveling for quite a long time. The story continues as Rosette, visibly exhausted, complains of the fatigue permeating her entire body from the long ride. Rosetta, overcome by drowsiness or perhaps fainting, worries that if she gives in to this, Nazar might not notice, hinting at her vulnerability and dependence on him. Nazar is shown up close, his striking blue eyes full of concern as he looks at Rosetta, highlighting the intimate moment between them. Finally, the scene captures Nazar and Rosetta on horseback, shrouded in a misty aura with the text Chidiak, which likely refers to the sound of a galloping horse or the atmosphere of the moment. Nazar carefully sheathes the blade. His actions are precise and measured with a concentrated expression on his face. Rosette sits by herself on a sunlit lawn, seemingly lost in thought, with light playing around her and a bubble indicating that she is reflecting herself. Rosette, looking sadly into the distance, appears preoccupied with the looks she receives from those around her, as expressed in her thought bubble. Nazar stands imperiously, announcing their departure, and Rosetta looks on with a sense of urgency and a little anxiety. Rosetta stands at Nazar, looking at him with concern. Nazar, commanding and reserved, seems to calm her down even when she expresses her concerns. Rosette is stunned, confusion etched on her face as she looks up in response to an unexpected remark or event. Rosette stands by her horse, a sense of realization dawning on her as she notices the absence of a saddle due to her bladder. Rosetta looks at Nazar, expressing her discomfort at his proximity, a slight worry on her face. Nazar picks up Rosetta. Her worry turns to surprise, as evidenced by her outburst in the tooltip, and he maintains his composure. Rosette, carried by Nazar, looks back in shock as they hastily retreat on horseback, the urgency of their departure reflected in the movement of the scene. Nazar's gaze is full of complex emotions as he appears to express remorse by saying, "Forgive me," hinting at deep apologies or pity for past actions. Rosette appears surprised and a little upset when she responds to someone's confession, her words indicating that she would not have spoken if she had known a certain truth surrounding her mother's death. During a tense conversation, Nazar declares his indifference to a certain object, emphasizing that it is not as precious to him as one might think, while Rosetta looks at him with anxiety and slight disbelief. Shock and confusion cloud Rosetta's face as she internally questions the value Nazar places on an item associated with his deceased mother, indicating a deep emotional conflict or misunderstanding. Nazar looks contemplative, lost in thought against the background of a clear sky, perhaps reflecting on his actions or the nature of his relationship with Rosetta, who stands beside him with a thoughtful and preoccupied look. The urgency of escape becomes apparent when Nazar mounts his horse, and the narrative focuses on the need to escape immediately, indicating a dangerous situation requiring quick action. In a tranquil forest area, Rosetta can be seen from afar, sitting by a fire surrounded by people and horses, while the light of the setting sun creates a serene atmosphere. Sitting alone with her thoughts as the day fades, Rosetta appears to reflect on the fleeting moments, perhaps feeling a mixture of relief and despondency over the day's events. At dusk, Rosette's expression conveys hunger and weariness after a day spent in nature, revealing her human vulnerability and the physical demands of her circumstances. Concern for Rosette's well-being is implied in the final image, where someone asks if she has caught a rabbit for cooking, showing concern for her nutrition and comfort amidst the trials they face. Rosette appears worried and curious, wondering if she ate the rabbit, her eyes wide and her fingers pressed to her cheek. Nazar, concerned, asks if Rosetta ate the rabbit earlier, pointing out the preliminary conversation with a simple campsite in the background. Rosette is shown with a startled and worried expression on her face, wondering if she really ate the rabbit, her blonde hair highlighting her sad state. Nazar stands over Rosetta, crouched by the cannon, asking if she is feeling okay, implying that she is uncomfortable with the fire near them. Rosetta, surrounded by a glowing aura and flowers, asks why people call her Reaction, expressing her confusion about the name. Nazar explains to Rossetti that Reaction is the name given to the boxer's wife, indicating a significant change in her status after marrying Ifani. Another man rushes to the pot over the fire, completely absorbed in his task, filling the air with hissing flames. This man is then revealed as Reef, shown in a contemplative pose with blue flowers around him, indicating his thoughtful nature. Under the night sky, Rosetta, sitting on a log, looks surprised when Nazar reveals that the man at the fire is known as Reef. Finally, Reef overhears the conversation and learns that Rosetta does not know Ifan's name, his stern expression, and the tense atmosphere. Nazar stands at night with his arms crossed, commiserating over Rosetta's long day at the market. A tired-eyed Rosette confirms his observation, declaring her exhaustion. Under the moonlight, Nazar, with a giddy expression on his face, suggests that Rossetti take better care of herself after a late night. Rosette looks up in surprise, surprised by his thoughtfulness. Under the shimmering night sky, Rosetta, flushed and embarrassed, admits that she feels awkward, although she insists that nothing significant has happened. An impressive man argues with Nazar about inaction and asks why he is not working. The frightened Nazar seems to have been taken by surprise by the sudden invasion. The man sternly reminds Nazar that others, including Rosetta, need care, and subtly criticizes him for his apparent disregard for it. Nazar, with a tinge of concern, admits his dissatisfaction with Rosetta's situation. The man insists on the importance of showing personal concern for Rosette, especially given the dissatisfaction with her marriage. Nazar seemed to take the advice to heart. With an assertive attitude, the man asks if Nazar completed the task he was sent for, his gaze fixed on Nazar. The night deepens around them. Nazar, smiling, assures that he recognizes the relevance of the matter, but does not worry about the details. He seems to be in control of the situation. With a playful exclamation, Nazar rushes away, full of strength and leaving the man looking at him. The night forest becomes their background. Rosetta, secretly smiling, reflects on the previous scene. Her amusement indicates that she finds Nazar's antics cute. In a glowing fireplace scene, a furious fire rages within a stone ring, its flames dancing madly, casting a warm, intense light onto the surrounding area. Leaning in the embrace of twilight, Nazar kneels by the fire, carefully tending the flames. Rosetta sits quietly nearby, her attention caught by something outside the firelight, and her face combines anticipation and curiosity. Rosetta spins around, puzzled by Nazar's request. She wonders why he asks her name when he already knows it, assuming there is more to the story she is about to tell. In a serene moment, Nazar is introduced as flames reflect in his deep blue eyes, surrounded by an ethereal backdrop of delicate white flowers that seem to glow under the starry sky. Looking into the fire, Nazar reflects on his name, feeling a strange but familiar connection with it, as if it were an echo of a life once lived. Suddenly, recognition flashes in Rosetta's eyes. An epiphany hits her, lighting her face with understanding as the fragments of her memory align. The scene transitions to a luxurious hall where a grand reception is taking place. The nobles gather, dressed in their finest, under the golden glitter of a chandelier, with all the close members of the royal family. The poised Nazar stands at the window. His elegant figure attracts the admiring glances of the crowd. Everyone is wondering for whom he will perform. Nazar stands in front of a majestic harp, surrounded by expectant faces. The crowd speaks in anticipation, guessing that his performance will honor the wisdom of the first princess. With a confident smile, Nazar declares that he sings for Princess Rosetta, his hands ready to bring the harp to life, ready to weave a melody for the golden-haired princess. In the large room, Rosetta and the other participants were engrossed in a song called Light of the Soul. The atmosphere is elegant, with whispers of admiration for the ledge. The crowd turns their attention to Rosette as she enters, looking stunning in a blue dress. Her presence seems to fascinate everyone around her. A close-up shows Rosetta's eye, sparkling with the reflection of her surroundings. This symbolizes a moment of emotional resonance with the music filling the room. Rosetta is depicted standing poisedly, her beauty emphasized by the radiant flowers surrounding her. The scene conveys her sophistication and the aura of nobility that she carries. When Rosetta comes forward, the crowd becomes captivated by her, indicating that she is a well-liked individual. Her back is turned to the audience, which gives her a mystical quality. Nazar questions the song's title, reflecting on its beauty. His intrigue is obvious, showing his appreciation of art and desire to understand its deeper meaning. The man kindly answers Nazar's questions, acknowledging his curiosity. A balanced response demonstrates a respectful exchange of cultural knowledge. In the quiet night atmosphere, Nazar recognizes Rosetta's name and confirms it with a simple confirmation. This intimate moment highlights the beginning of a personal connection. Nazar states that his past behavior will change, indicating a moment of introspection and a decision to turn over a new leaf. In a scene full of promise, Nazar assures acceptance and devotion, creating a key moment of Rosette's transformation and devotion. Rosetta, with her golden hair and striking green eyes, looks amazed and somewhat puzzled. She seems to be reflecting on the sincerity of someone's words, experiencing a mixture of emotions. In a calm state, Rosetta seems to be reassured by someone's promise. The comfort she finds in their words is palpable as she discusses gratitude and the idea of reciprocating a kind gesture. Nazar, with intense blue eyes, conveys a sense of protection. He assures someone that as long as she is his wife, she will be safe, although there seems to be a condition attached to that safety. Rosette, looking over her shoulder with fear, warns of a dire situation. A warning means that a threat is approaching, similar to a flock, indicating a dangerous situation. Sitting under a tree, Rosetta appears to be having a serious conversation with Nazar. His words seem to offer a temporary reprieve with the promise of bringing her back to her family. Nazar, contemplating by the fire, questions the permanence of the situation. There is pity and reflection on his face, as if he had lost something priceless. Rosetta confronts her predicament head-on. She promises that those responsible for the current situation will regret their actions, signaling her determination to fight back. Nazar's eyes reveal a depth of emotion, perhaps reflecting a critical moment or realization, adding a layer of intensity to the unfolding events. In the darkness of the night, a white-haired figure rushes through the forest in a panic, screaming Rig's name, emphasizing the urgency and suffering. This figure is alarmed in the forest. The expression on its face is one of horror. He announces the presence of monsters, which increases the tension and suggests an imminent threat. Nazar stares out loud and asks about the presence of monsters, as if challenging an invisible enemy. His dark blue eyes are sharp and focused, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. As the moonlight reflects off his sword, Nazar stands tall and significant, asking rhetorically about those who dare to hunt, while Rosetta looks at him, her face mixed with delight and concern against the night sky. In the stillness of the night, Nazar declares the urgent need for reinforcements, his voice breaking through the silence as he senses the immediate danger around them. Nazar orders Rossetti to stay close and not move away, his defensive stance signaling the gravity of their predicament under the shadow of darkness. In a soothing tone, Nazar assures Rosette that staying near the fire will protect her from the monsters lurking in the shadows. Rosetta, her eyes filling with tears, agrees to Nazar's instructions, her trust in him obvious despite the fear that grips her. Pondering her chances, Rosetta stands by herself, silhouetted against the starry night and flickering flames, wondering if escape is possible. Nazar engages in brutal combat with his sword held high and prepares to strike down the oncoming threat with unwavering determination. Surprised by the number of opponents, Nazar finds himself drawn into the ongoing struggle, his blade ready to continue the fight. Beneath the canopy of night, a multitude of enemies gather, their forms disfigured and menacing as they rush towards Nazar and Rosetta, an inexorable tide of darkness. Nazar stands confidently with a smile on his face, looking straight at the viewer as if he has just made a smart remark or a bold move, while the text prompt above him shows him saying, "Great, back off." Rosetta looks embarrassed and determined, and above her head is written decisively, "No." Her eyes sparkle with tears, indicating deep emotional conflict or a difficult decision. An action-packed scene unfolds as a figure falls through the air surrounded by mystical light with a sword beneath them. Dynamic camera angles and lighting suggest a moment of intense drama. Nazar is depicted with a tear rolling down his cheek and an expression of shock on his face. The speech bubble records his persistent cry, "Hand for your son." Rosette, with an expression of pain on her face, looks up, caught in a moment of despondency or despair. The dim lighting emphasizes the seriousness of his situation. Nazar is shown mid-action, screaming loudly as he prepares to fight, a speech bubble echoing his powerful cry, "Rito, hold on!" Rosetta, illuminated in dramatic lighting, swings her sword overhead with great force, inspiring a climactic battle cry or decisive action. With focused eyes and flowing hair, Rosetta wields her sword in a dynamic pose, a clear depiction of her combat prowess and determination in the face of adversity. The level-headed Rosetta states with conviction that the text clue indicates a pause in the fight. "Rito, I had a little faith." Rosetta and Nazar stand over their defeated enemy, discussing the next step. Nazar's words, "Finish it?" were met with a decisive order from Rosetta. "No, hide it." In a dimly lit night scene, Nazar, a man with blue eyes, stands wary with a tense expression on his face. He seriously notices that the monsters have become stronger than before. Behind him, a young man with silver hair, clutching a bloody sword, agrees, adding that no one has ever attacked him from behind. Nazar, holding a blood-stained sword in his hands, Riley states that according to the old saying, they cannot prevent the actions of monsters. His posture was tired but ready for the next challenge, signaling a lull in the chaos around them. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair, looks at her with wide, terrifying eyes, her face illuminated by an eerie light. The black forest towers around her, heightening her vulnerability in this tense moment. A ghostly figure in a flowing white dress stands alone among the dark trees. The mysterious aura is palpable as she seems to be silently waiting, emitting an air of anticipation or foreboding. The ghostly woman is now seen from a different angle, looking up at the starry sky. Her pose speaks of longing or patient waiting. The word please hangs in the air, emphasizing her silent plea. Rosetta moves through the elegant hall, her braid trailing behind her. Two guards in red stand in the background, statuesque and indifferent to her presence as she walks with purpose. Flooded with sunlight, Rosetta stands at the window and looks out. Her face touches hope, or perhaps a dream, as the light plays on her faces and flowers bloom nearby. Rosetta, in a white dress, opens the door to the dazzling light spreading in the darkness, casting her shadow behind her. It marks a threshold, a step from the known to the unknown. In a light moment, the maid triumphantly raises the flag, announcing playful hide-and-seek. Another face calls out to the princess, emphasizing a relaxed, joyful atmosphere that contrasts with the previous tensions. Rosetta stands on the edge of a mystical room. Stars and planets hover around her. She remembers being told never to enter that room, her silhouette small against the vast cosmic background. Rosette, with her golden locks, looks up with a hint of worry in her eyes, wondering what might happen if she were to quarrel and then suddenly disappear. In close-up, Rosette's eyes widen in surprise, the green of her irises standing out brightly against the night, reflecting her shock as she asks what's going on. In the darkness, Rosetta clutches her head in pain. Her face is twisted from crying. The night around her is silent except for her pain. Rosette, alarmed and wary, asks who is present in the shadows, her posture tense and her eyes searching the darkness for an answer. Rosette returns to find a mysterious man approaching her at night, her expression one of fear and uncertainty as she wonders why she is in such a place herself. The man stands confidently in the night, asking if Rosetta is trying to escape, his smile mysterious and his stance relaxed. Rosette stands with her back to the man, doubting his presence and intentions, her body language showing reluctance to go where he suggests. Finally, something piques Rosetta's curiosity. Her eyes sparkle with a contrasting interest with the apprehension that has colored her previous encounters. The man repeats his question with calm urgency, asking Rosette if she's trying to run away, his eyes fixed on her. As Rosette watches, the man assures her that there is nothing to be afraid of, his hand raised in a sign of peace, encouraging her to relax on the mysterious night. Rosetta stands surrounded by darkness, her gaze full of anxiety. Monsters attack the gallery, and she got lost trying to escape. In the moonlit darkness, a man with impressive red hair questions Rosette's train of thought, seemingly unimpressed by her survival strategy. Rosette is seen from behind, focused on the man's boots as he speaks. He uses a tone of disbelief, repeating his last word, lost, causing him to become aware of the situation. The conversation continues as the man points in the opposite direction to the one Rosetta is considering. His stance and expression are skeptical as he questions her judgment. Rosetta is shown in a flashback surrounded by golden light and flowers. She absolutely does not want anyone to approach her with a specific intention. Her facial expression is rigid and serious. The man with red hair listens intently, a little surprised, as if doubting whether Rosette's insistent words are truly her own. Against the backdrop of a starry sky, Rosetta appears upset, contemplating the decision someone else will make about her fate, a mixture of hope and resignation on her face. The man is seen in close-up, his face full of anger and resentment. He discovers that he never had the right to demand anything to begin with. Rosetta, leaning back against the man, begs her not to kill. Even if he has to die, she defiantly declares that she will not be afraid even in the face of death. Rosette is shown at a low angle, looking down with a shadow cast over her face. Tears in her eyes as she expresses deep feelings of hatred. Rosette looks at her sadly, asking why she is being treated so harshly, her eyes sparkling with emotion as the word no floats near her. A figure with amazing blue eyes and dark wings stands imposingly, recalling someone's eye color and instilling hidden meaning, creating a sense of mystery and foreboding. Next to Rosette is a man with red eyes, which is proof of his illegitimate birth, hinting at a deep, dark family secret. Surprised, Rosette looks up at the bright light, an obvious symbol of hope or revelation contrasting with her excitement. A lonely and confused Rosetta is shown after an important event, indicating the turning point that returns him to loneliness. The birth of a child with blue eyes is mentioned. Amidst the emotional confrontation, the man holds Rosetta tightly, accusing her of deceit and condemning her, while simultaneously defending his own honor. A man reflects on a past attempt to disgrace a woman, his facial expression revealing that he is haunted by memories and cannot shake the guilt. The woman is thrown to the ground, her figure shrouded in shadow, indicating her loss of grace as she is thrown among the slaves, emphasizing the moment of intense despair. Through the reflection in the eye, we see one of the slaves looking at the woman and child, which speaks of a deep personal connection and reveals a family bond. Finally, the lone figure departs, illustrating the pivotal decision to leave everything behind, leaving behind a complex story of honor and shame. In a grim scene under a dark, ominous sky, a woman in a purple dress, identified as Rosetta, kneels on the ground, overcome with despair. Her facial expression conveys deep sorrow, and the text suggests that she is reacting to the tragic death of a man who died like a dog. A man with a stern expression on his face, Nazar, stands with a sword in his hand. His gloomy demeanor indicates a heavy burden, reinforced by lyrics that hint that he was never meant to be born, adding a layer of tragic fate to his character. Nazar stands tall and powerful, surrounded by an aura of light. The text suggests a transformation or realization, perhaps of his true power or purpose, which marks a key point in his journey. Rosette is seen from behind, looking up at a dark figure that represents peace and sophistication. The dialogue speaks of a figure who bears a unique name, the name of the son of the sun and the descendant of the deity of light. A tender and intimate moment between Nazar and the newborn. The dialogue speaks of silence, perhaps reverence, or the secret of a child demanding recognition. A man hovers over a lying woman, scornfully criticizing her. His words suggest a conveyed judgment that likely refers to a perceived weakness or failure, indicating a difficult relationship or conflict. The red-haired man smiles ominously while talking ominously to someone. His words hint at karmic retribution or punishment, hinting at a dark turn of events or a moment of reckoning. The red-haired man is shown defeating another by shouting a word meaning an end, a command, or an act of dominance. This suggests a confrontation scene, perhaps with high puns or a dramatic climax. The same man leans closer to his victim, whispers a taunt or a promise that involves a distorted sense of pleasure in the suffering of another. Nazar, under a night sky dotted with stars, questions someone's actions. His pose and lighting create an ethereal atmosphere, perhaps confronting a key truth or revelation in the story. Nazar is depicted leaning forward with a serious expression on his face, and water is dripping in the background. The stage has a dark, tense atmosphere. Rosette appears with a gentle expression, her golden hair illuminated by soft light and her eyes reflecting emotional depth. Nazar stands with an intense gaze, his blue eyes standing out against the dark colors, giving a gloomy mood. Nazar stands next to the younger man with gray hair, looking thoughtful. The younger man looks on, and their conversation seems to revolve around caring for someone important. White-haired, it seems, unexpectedly, with Nazar's hand on his head. He talks about the woman's safety, hinting at protection and care in his words. Nazar and the white-haired man stand side by side in the night, discussing past events with serious expressions, hinting at a shared history. The text recalls a great battle between two tribes 5 years ago, establishing the historical context for the narrative. In a sunlit scene, Nazar is said to be the only survivor of the Katana clan. The person talking to him seems to convey a combination of respect and the burden of confrontation. The white-haired man is depicted in a moment of contemplation, his youthful face marked by loss, but his eyes possessing a determined brilliance. Nazar appears to offer guidance and mentorship to the young white-haired man, who demonstrates a desire to learn and an aptitude for leadership. Reflecting on the past battle with the Katai tribe, the character with impressive white hair firmly decides that their actions should leave no room for doubt about their loyalty. Caught in a thoughtful pose, this hero is supposedly preparing for something important after Sidko's confession. Nazar, a man with bright blue eyes, appears serious as he talks to someone off-screen, perhaps discussing important matters. Rosetta is depicted in a radiant, almost ethereal manner, described with admiration, as if she were an exquisite creation, made of the finest materials, a figure of magical beauty. Nazar listens carefully to the woman's suspicions about Rosetta's true nature, and a tinge of surprise appears on his face at the suggestion that Rosetta might be pretending to be something she is not. The dark-haired woman notices Rosetta's instant influence on Nazar, her tone teasing as she comments on his obvious instant attraction to the golden-haired girl. Expressing deep gratitude, the white-haired character acknowledges the life-saving act of a man named Ria, declaring his desire to repay this debt by becoming a part of Ria's life. With his eyes closed, Nazar seems to distance himself from a family that has seemingly fallen from grace, his demeanor one of calm resignation. As they walk together, Nazar discusses with the woman whether she has ever felt awe in someone's presence, hinting at the growing trust and openness between them. In a moment of vulnerability and care, a shirtless Nazar defends Rosetta, indicating a deepening connection and perhaps a protective streak in their relationship. Rosetta rests with a painful expression on her face, complaining in her sleep, hoping not to wake up. Her dreams are shrouded in anxiety, which is evident in her furrowed brows. Nazar stands regal and tense, his gaze piercing as he looks down, a mixture of worry and severity in his eyes. Rosette's golden hair falls onto his arm, hinting at a protective stance. Rosetta lays her head on Nazar's back, her presence gentle but heavy with unspoken truth. Nazar is thinking somewhere, with his back to her, which symbolizes emotional distance. Rosette sleeps with a calm expression on her face, her hand tightly gripping what seems to be her only anchor in a sea of worries. A sparkle surrounds her, hinting at a delicate calm amid the chaos. Nazar's profile is drawn with sharp intensity, his eyes reflecting a storm of emotions from contemplation to ominous prediction, and Rosetta's hair falls around his shoulders. Two figures speak under the night sky, one indicating Nazar's absence. The elder, with a serious expression on his face, notes that Nazar often disappears, hinting at a mysterious habit. The younger one expresses disdain for Nazar, hinting that under his words envy and resentment are seething. His face is tense with a judgment that speaks of deep rivalry. In a vivid moonlit scene, the boy's true feelings are revealed, showcasing a mixture of ambition and image that paints him as both victim and antagonist. Their confrontation reaches a climax when the young man shouts, "Rita!" a cry that cuts through the tension, showing a mixture of desperation and confidence in the charged air. The showdown is tense as the young man's accusations reverberate through the night. Nazar's imposing figure steadfastly resists the verbal attack, and his face becomes a mysterious mask. Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes, stands amidst a dark and gloomy environment, his gaze intense and focused. There is a certain foreboding in his gaze, as if he is on the verge of making an important decision. In a dimly lit environment, Nazar encounters a kneeling figure and appears confused. The man asks what's going on, bringing a sense of urgency to the scene. Outside, a kneeling figure indicates desperation or exhaustion. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, looks at her with wide eyes filled with anxiety and confusion. The text shows that she is perplexed by the well-being of another character, adding a layer of unease to the atmosphere. Nazar consoles Rosetta, his expression softening as he reassures her. Despite the reassuring words, "Don't worry, we're here now," there is a sense of mystery shrouding their interaction, suggesting an underlying tension. Rosetta seems relieved but thoughtful. The text, "It's strange," followed by her thoughts, "I'm safe. The lions can be freed," hint at a recent escape from danger, adding a layer of intrigue. Nazar peers through the railing into the water below, where a figure is visible in the depths, hinting at a connection with previous events. The accompanying dialogue indicates a moment of realization or revelation. A moment of accusation unfolds when one character discovers that Rosette has tried to escape, and the tension rises. The character's frustrated attitude and dialogue convey a conflict of interest and confusion about the situation. During a close encounter, Nazar sternly asks if anyone tried to escape. The closeness of the characters and the simplicity of the dialogue enhance the poignancy of the request. The red-haired character feels backed into a corner, realizing that he lacks arguments and seems to be waiting for consequences. His facial expression and the icy space around him emphasize the severity of his predicament. Nazar is depicted in deep thought, unwilling to doubt without evidence. His determination is palpable, as is the seriousness of his search for the truth in the current drama. Nazar, smiling, challenges the validity of the statement due to lack of evidence, causing a denial that the evidence will actually be shown. Under the starry sky, Nazar coolly warns someone against certain actions, his face half hidden in darkness. He confronts a group of shadowy figures, accusing one of them of intending to harm Rossetti, his words hanging heavy in the air. Nazar's hand is shown to be tightly gripping the hilt of the reed, his emotions on edge as he insists on honesty from the other party. Rosette, who appears upset, is asked about her intentions to defend herself, whether she wants to run away or not. Nazar's enemy coldly proclaims Rosette his wife by right of conquest, affirming her new status with a steely gaze. A bloodied Nazar taunts his enemy, doubting his ability to hide the violence at their meeting. Another character reacts with disbelief and anger upon seeing the extent of Nazar's injuries, searching for the reason for the confrontation. Nazar, with a weapon in his hands, silently warns that there will be consequences for harsh words addressed to him. Triumphant, the traitor proclaims understanding, standing proud and unrestrained, his sword shining in the light. Under the night sky, Nazar looks up, holding a shining blade. Rosette, hovering above him, watches silently, her body standing gracefully against the dark background. Rosetta, surrounded by a beautiful blur of blue and purple flowers, looks down with a mixture of confusion and despondency. She wonders about the purpose of the swords after seeing a hand nearby cutting the ribbon. Amidst the foggy atmosphere, Rosetta, with worry etched on her face, suggests that they must act immediately to punish someone, otherwise Nazar's position in his community may be in jeopardy. The close-up partially shows Nazar's pensive face as Rosetta discusses the recent wound he received, realizing the severity of its consequences. Against a backdrop of twinkling stars, Rosetta stands next to Nazar. She questions the need to keep swords while recognizing the futility of simply bandaging a wound. Close together, Rosetta looks into Nazar's eyes, reflecting on his faltering recovery and how he cannot guarantee victory in battle or escape the shadow of shame. In a dynamic battle scene under the night sky, Rosetta's blade collides with Nazar's blade. The impact illuminates their ferocious facial expressions and the intensity of their fight. Nazar stands tall, his blue eyes piercing, and he confidently wields his blade in the heat of battle, exuding a sense of control and determination. Nazar is caught in the middle of a scream, his face fierce and focused as he appears to be in the midst of a tense confrontation or statement. Rosette looks away thoughtfully, her face filled with worry and planning as she stands in the cool shades of the night, contemplating her next move. In a quiet setting, Rosetta stands by a balcony decorated with bright flowers, lost in thought, looking into the distance. The scene is carefree, with the beauty of nature encroaching on the edges of the man-made structure. The confrontation unfolds as Isel engages in a brutal duel with an unseen opponent, the onomatopoeic sounds of Bizak, emphasizing the combatants' fast and precise movements. Rosette, who appears to have been in the palace corridor, returns to someone out of sight, asking if they have decided which of the princes to give flowers to, her expression asking kindly. The poised Rosetta stands between two men with serious expressions. The atmosphere looks formal and tense, and there is a silent understanding between the three. Isel looks directly at someone while informally saying hello, his red eyes and stoic expression contrasting with the friendly overture his words indicate. In a serene moment, Rosetta, surrounded by two young men, receives a chibi-style image, indicating victory in the tournament. The informal text suggests a casual celebration with friends. Rosette appears startled by the event off-screen, her surprise echoed by the two men with her. An energetic cry indicates a humorous or unexpected event that occurred. While Rosetta, surrounded by two men, looks at them thoughtfully, a figure asks pointedly, "Me or Isel?" It's a moment fraught with tension and unspoken emotions, as choices and loyalties seem to hang in the balance. Rosette is standing with another woman, possibly her sister, who appears upset at being teased. The chibi symbol at the bottom of the image lightens the mood by noting that it's all in fun. The group is reminded of an official event they must attend, which adds a sense of urgency. The dialogue reveals hierarchy and relationships, and Rossetti takes time to interact with someone named Isel. In a large room with tall windows, Rosetta, dressed in a bright blue dress, tells the others that they are leaving soon and will not be late. Standing nearby, Nazar, with his characteristic blue eyes, and a young woman in a light blue dress accept Rosetta's order, agreeing that they will soon follow them. In a more intimate conversation, Rosetta, with her golden locks, playfully encourages Nazar to give flowers to others, referring to her desire to give him exclusive attention. Nazar stands in front of her, surprise and curiosity mixed on his face, and the room glitters around them. Rosetta seeks reassurance, doubting the importance of her request to Nazar. Her expression is sincere, conveying the severity of her anxiety. She emphasizes that this is very important for her, trying to understand Nazar's feelings. Nazar smiles tenderly at Rosetta, reaffirming her special place in his heart, expressing his desire for her to be the only recipient of his support. His face is calm, content with the moment shared between them. The mood changes dramatically as Nazar's face is disfigured in agony, a dark force consuming him. His eyes, once blue, now glow with an unnatural light as he fights against an overwhelming force. Under the darkness of the night, a shadowy figure watches the steam from afar, his gaze intense and focused. He stands to the side, hidden in the darkness as the couple do not notice his watchful eyes. In the forest, Nazar looks worried as he recalls an incident involving a fight and injury, leaving him visibly dazed as a result. His companion, anxious, listens intently as he shares his sad memory. Nazar's expression is haunting as he confesses to his companion the gravity of his situation, showing vulnerability. Night is falling around them, quiet and expected. Confronted with his own mortality, Nazar is deep in thought, his features hardening as he contemplates his uncertain fate, as the night casts eerie shadows around him. Figure with flowing dark hair faces an invisible opponent. His posture is defiant but humble. It seems he has reached the limit of his strength, finding himself in battle against overwhelming odds. Rosette, with her golden hair, is surprised, her eyes wide with unknown realization. Her hand covers her mouth, as if holding back a scream, and her eyes flicker with fractals, hinting at a surge of emotion or a sudden revelation. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, stands in profile against a dark background, a single tear rolling down his cheek. He seems lost in thought, contemplating an experience far greater and more complex than what appears on the surface. Rosetta struggles with her feelings. She wonders out loud if she's worried about someone, but then refuses, expressing confusion about her own emotions. Her fingers are clenched tightly, and her face is lowered, shrouded in shadows, which emphasizes the internal conflict. Nazar, with a tear-stained face and an expression of disbelief. His eyes are wide open, reflecting deep shock or perhaps betrayal, a moment that seems to freeze in place. From a high angle, we see Nazar looking from the balcony at someone in an elegant white robe. The conversation raises the question of whether Nazar's hand is paralyzed, adding a layer of physical turmoil to the emotional turmoil. Nazar stands high on a balcony, holding a glowing sword as he faces a man in a white outfit. There is a sense of confrontation as Nazar is positioned as if he is the judge of fate, with the night sky as his backdrop. A close-up of a man with red hair, identified as a traitor, shows a mixture of emotions in his eyes. The look could be one of reproach, determination, or a complex combination of both, as the light catches the sharp angles of his face. The man in the white coat, looking up, tells the red-haired man that his fate was determined from the very beginning. This fateful statement gives a mythical dimension to their meeting against the backdrop of a starry night. Rosette appears alone, her pale complexion contrasting against the dark background. Her eyes are downcast, and the speech of her body suggests deep sorrow or submission, as if the weight of the world rests on her thin shoulders. The red-haired man stands imperiously, wielding a sword with an ominous crimson glow. The position is confrontational, but there is a certain sophistication to it that suggests a dance with fate itself. Nazar, clenching his fist on the ground, feels anguished as he cries out in pain, thinking about his love. He is overcome with confusion and despair, tears flowing as he struggles with the feeling of betrayal. His red-haired traitor reveals the cruel intent of this act, standing over Nazar with a merciless attitude. The traitor's eyes are cold and powerful, his gaze is full of expectations of compliance and defeat. Rosetta talks about social norms over tea, explaining their unconditional acceptance by others. She discusses the difficulty of recognizing flaws in her culture when that is all she knows. Rosetta suggests that it is difficult to label people as bad when they practice their customs. She reflects on the conscience of people who adhere to harmful traditions, doubts the presence or absence of shame. The man calmly states that different levels of society have their own set of norms, implying a kind of relativism. The scene ends with an expression of longing under the night sky, leaving a silent desire for forgiveness. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, confronts the red-haired traitor with his sword drawn, offering him a chance at life if he admits his mistake, but promises punishment upon his return. At another point, Nazar's cold demeanor softens as he acknowledges the traitor's wounds, but warns him not to expect to walk normally again. Gratitude mixes with surrender on the traitor's face as he bows before Nazar, thanking him and vowing not to resist him anymore. The traitor's refusal to accept Nazar's offer is met with stunned silence, his eyes wide with the realization of the gravity of his situation. Rosetta, the golden-haired girl, appears shocked, witnessing the betrayer's humility and Nazar's looming figure as the scene unfolds in the dark forest. Rosetta confronts Nazar in disappointment, admitting she was wrong in the situation as the traitor remains on his knees, head bowed in defeat. Her face is disfigured with emotion Rosetta cannot tell. The gravity of the events leaves her speechless. As the group assembles, the order is given to take the traitor away, his fate now in the hands of others as he looks on from his place on the ground. While the traitor is in custody, the white-haired man assures Nazar of his faith in their cause despite the bloodshed, his expression genuinely convinced. Finally, the white-haired man doubts Nazar's well-being, noticing blood on his clothes and a complex mixture of worry and awareness playing on his face. Nazar clutches his saber tightly, contemplating returning and facing the consequences of his wounds. His determination is evident even in the simplicity of his understanding. Rosetta stands in the moonlight with a stoic and indecipherable expression. Her keen gaze reveals inner strength and an untold story hinted at by her piercing blue eyes. In the darkness of the night, Rosetta seems anxious, looking at Nazar looming over her, obscured in the darkness. The tension between them is palpable, although its intentions are not yet clear. Nazar and Rosetta are together, but her pale and bloody lips indicate that not all is well. Nazar, with his back to us, seems to be leading them somewhere, maybe away from danger. A calm scene unfolds with two horses grazing peacefully. This calm moment contrasts sharply with the tension of the previous scenes. Nazar confronts Rosetta, his tone commanding and protective. He asserts his authority by insisting that she remain in place, a clear sign of his concern for her safety. Rosette's eyes are wide with fear and confusion, the word choice floating in the air. In my opinion, she faces an important decision that could change the course of her story. Rosette looks at this with sadness, her downcast eyes and the word sorry expressing deep pity or a plea for understanding. Finally, in a tender and vulnerable moment, Rosetta places her hand on Nazar, implying a connection deeper than the conflict that was hinted at, while Nazar admits that he does not want to hurt her. Nazar looks at Rosetta, expressing his reluctance to cause her suffering. It's clear that whatever their past, he doesn't want to see her hurt. Rosette appears distressed, with tears welling in her eyes as she is surrounded by an icy landscape that contrasts with her flower-decorated outfits. Nazar stares ahead with deep blue eyes, a single tear betraying his otherwise stoic demeanor as he asks why Rosetta is crying. In wild movements, Nazar pulls Rosetta into a tight embrace as the sounds of impact are emphasized, suggesting sudden, passionate action. With a tear rolling down his cheek, Nazar firmly states his intention to return to Rosetta, his face a combination of determination and emotion. Their encounter intensifies when Nazar grabs Rosetta's wrist, his words breaking off mid-sentence, adding to the tension of their interaction. Preventing the appearance of a white-haired young man who arrives with a tray of medicine and bandages, his entrance was marked by surprise. The young man stands frozen, embarrassed as he locks himself away, making his presence known, clearly not expecting the scene before him. His exit is as sudden as his entrance, and he hurries away with a loud exclamation that emphasizes the awkwardness of his interruption. Nazar and Rosetta are left on their own. She is noticeably emotional, while Nazar remains protected, their connection emphasized by the blue text. Their isolation is broken by the cry of a young man from afar, his hasty retreat leaving a trace of awkwardness in the air. Rosette, visibly upset, expresses her thoughts, asking why anyone would provoke a confrontation if their goal is different. Nazar, his blue eyes contemplating, ponders what would be the way to infiltrate the population if they belonged to the kingdom of Lisa. Suddenly, Rosette's eyes widen as she utters a single word that shows her shock at the unexpected discovery. Reflecting on the past, the hero solemnly talks about the signing of a treaty in the kingdom of Lisa about 20 years ago. I remember that the Vascos had already faced a similar test once before, which forced them to turn to the kingdom with a request for support. The image is of a resolute king who officially refuses to participate in any matters related to marital unions. Rosetta connects the dots with her mother's stories, hinting at a deep-seated secret rooted in her family's past. A historical scene unfolds, showing the young ruler who occupied the throne of the kingdom 2 decades ago. In a moment of reflection, Rosette admits that her memories of the young king are fragmented and limited. Rosetta stands alone, small and isolated against the backdrop of a huge void, accompanied only by words that foreshadow a harsh reality. Rosette shows her surprise and confusion as she asks if the kingdom has done something, her green eyes wide with worry. The story continues with Nazar dismissing Rosetta's concerns, curtly telling her that it is none of her business, as Rosetta looks on, amazed at his harshness. Rosette, in a sunny field, playfully muses that she looks like a sunflower. The mood improves, but she worries so as not to arouse suspicion if she talks too much. A neatly dressed man comes into view, hinting at his formality. The text suggests that he took Rosetta for certain reasons. Nazar reveals to Rossetti his strategic claim that she is his wife, protection from potential threats. A conversation unfolds where Nazar stoically announces an upcoming wedding in a month, for which he will return Rosette to her father, leaving her visibly upset. Rosette contemplates returning to the kingdom in a month, looking forlorn and pensive, as if struggling with an internal conflict. Rosetta and Nazar are standing next to each other. He exudes a calm confidence, and she seems smaller, unsure, lost in the dynamics of their complex relationship. Nazar, with only his striking abs visible, rebuffs Rosetta's attempts at humor, illustrating the tension between his sternness and her playful nature. Rosetta looks up with concern, seeing the pain on Nazar's face as he struggles with his wounds from work. He reassures her by telling her that injury is a common occurrence at work. Rosetta insists on helping Nazar with his trauma, showing gratitude and taking responsibility as she believes it was because of her. He sits patiently, as if touched by her concern. Nazar gently corrects Rosette's misunderstanding, clarifying that he is simply dealing with the wound that tried to kill him. He appears thoughtful and she looks up at him, misunderstanding his initial statement. Nazar winces as he tends to the wound, expressing the importance of proper care to avoid infection. Rosette, with neatly curled hair, offers her help, concerned for his well-being. Rosette begs Nazar to allow her to help as she feels responsible for his injuries. The flowers and light surrounding them hint at a delicate and caring interaction. With a worried gesture, Rosetta bandages Nazar's wound, emphasizing her readiness to help him. Nazar seems to accept her help with restraint, but tenderly. Nazar is stern, his blue eyes meeting Rosetta's as he explains that the injury is serious and could get worse without proper care. Rosette listens intently, her face filled with concern. With genuine emotion, Rosetta thanks Nazar for enduring the wound for her, feeling deep gratitude. Nazar observes her gratitude, the seriousness of the situation reflected in his eyes. Rosetta gently bandages Nazar's wound, her face an image of concentration and care. Nazar sits stoically, enduring the pain without complaint. Nazar, with a grim expression on his face, tells Rossetti that he was dealing with a dangerous threat. She looks at him, her eyes filled with confusion and worry as she begins to realize the seriousness of his words. Nazar stands solemnly, acknowledging the problem within himself, hinting at a deeply troubling internal conflict. Rosetta, with excitement on her face, offers her help to Nazar, demonstrating her readiness to support him. In a tranquil setting, young Rosetta can be seen in the company of a boy, reflecting on his educational journey, a full sense of determination. Rosetta, now an adult, lies on the examination table looking up, remembering her childhood visits to the doctor with mild wonder. Nazar is preparing to treat the wound with concentration and attention, emphasizing the severity of his condition. Clear physique, subtly showing the physical demands and perhaps the cost of his battles. Rosetta's eyes are full of concern, highlighting her deep concern for the well-being of Nazar as he faces difficulties. Nazar rotates the bandage around his waist, indicating a routine of self-care and perhaps the chronic nature of his illness. Rosette's downcast gaze and anxious thoughts indicate that she is struggling with an awkward and difficult situation. Finally, Nazar looks at him with a piercing gaze, perhaps explaining something important, trying to clear up any existing confusion. Rosetta firmly instructs Nazar not to move, warning him that the paint will smudge. He looks back at her, surprised by the severity of her voice. In the midst of a stream of brilliant lights, Nazar touches his forehead with tears in his eyes, as if puzzled, muttering to himself, embarrassed by what Rosetta just said. Rosette stands in the shadow of ominous vines with a tense expression on her face as she states that if she leaves, the royal family's enemies will rise. She is afraid that her disappearance will lead to a power struggle, and there will be intrigues of the nobles behind her back. With a grim expression on her face, Rosetta reflects on being called a witch and a cursed princess, indicating her problematic status and how others perceive her. Rosetta, illuminated by the soft light among the flowers, innocently asks if people still think she is naive, and her face is the image of sincerity. In a tone of skepticism, Rosetta questions the norm, suggesting that perhaps the roles have been reversed, hinting at a deeper misunderstanding or reversal in perception. Nazar kneels down, with an expression of pain on his face. It is clear that his mother considered Rosetta faithful even before their marriage, but no one decided to listen to her. In the next scene, Rosette, dressed in a royal purple gown, stands with her back looking over her shoulder at a group of shadowy figures, contemplating a scandalous rumor that she was born from an affair with a servant. The man broods in the dark, his eyes glaring as he plots to make the illegitimate heir legitimate, hinting at a dark scheme unfolding. Nazar, sitting shirtless at the table, listens to Rosetta's conversation, but internally rejects the need to listen to the words of the discouraged woman, demonstrating the gap between them. A woman with a mysterious smile holds her finger on her lips, hiding her eyes, hinting at unspoken thoughts or a secret. Rosette looks away thoughtfully, her face clouded with sadness, as if words about her mother carry a weight that is personal and profound. The man Nazar lies on the ground, obedience visible on his face. He recounts the cruel label a woman gave him before she died, instilling a story of neglect and tragedy. The woman ponders the nature of the last words, her eyes cold with skepticism. She implies that people often consider the last words of others to be important, but her tone is questionable. She continues by suggesting that perhaps for her mother, acknowledging the divine union mattered more than being close to her, manifesting a conflict between duty and affection. With an air of subtle amusement, she declares how ridiculous the situation is, her eyes looking into the distance, instilling irony in the face of an absurd or unexpected turn of events. Rosetta's eyes, full of emotion, reflect a complex past as she remembers her father's actions, driven by his love for the woman he loved. Rosetta appears pensive and sad, reflecting on protective intentions that failed to protect anyone, instilling a story of loss and broken promises. A woman is told that she is impeccable in an intimate conversation that shows deep understanding and perhaps contrasts with the majority view of forgiveness. Nazar, with a strong and intense gaze, appears to be deep in thought or facing a moment of realization, his facial expression conveying a mixture of emotions. Rosette, with her golden locks, looks up worriedly, making a faint sound, as if worried about what will happen next. Nazar sharply warns Rosetta with his piercing blue eyes. He declares with cold indifference that he will no longer save her, even if she drowns. Rosetta accepts Nazar's harsh statement with a resigned, "I understand," recognizing the sham of their relationship. Nazar, strictly looking away, repeats his previous words. He firmly tells Rosetta that he will not save her anymore, showing no signs of softening. Rosetta looks sad, her face a portrait of sadness reflecting on Nazar's words and their seriousness. In a moment of vulnerability, Rosetta, surrounded by a frosty atmosphere, admits to herself that she did not want to complicate the situation because of her feelings. Rosette, lost in her melancholy thoughts, reflects on the futility of her affections as if realizing the depth of her situation. With her eyes wide open and filled with unspoken pleas, Rosetta appears to be on the verge of tears, perhaps realizing the truth in Nazar's words. In an instant, Nazar looks down at Rosetta, seemingly admiring her eyes, which he compares to precious stones. Nazar and Rosetta have a delicate, almost ethereal interaction as he tenderly holds her hand, establishing a rare connection between them. "Rosette," caught in the moment of surprise, holds her doll tightly, her wide eyes expressing her shock at her own words. In the silence of the room, Rosetta proclaims her intention to sleep, her voice a clear whisper under the comfort of the blanket. Nazar stands with an air of quiet strength, his striking blue eyes holding many unspoken thoughts. On a round wooden table, a blood-stained piece of cloth lies inside a bucket, next to a softly glowing candle, casting a warm light on the gloomy scene. Standing with his back to the room, Nazar's white shirt has blood splattered on it, silent evidence of an unseen event as he stands over something or someone. The night is quiet as Nazar sits by Rosetta's bed, a presence of silent vigil while she sleeps with innocent calm, her doll nearby. Close to Nazar, it is a canvas of anxiety, and his eyes reflect a soul caught between duty and care. Rosette lies motionless, her pallor and immobility causing whispers of fear from someone invisible regarding her well-being. Rosette's hand is raised as if she is about to touch her own face, signifying a moment of introspection or self-knowledge. In a cloudy alley, Nazar, an imposing-looking man, denies the claims, his posture rigid with defiance. Next to him, another man seems hesitant to admit the unwanted truth. Among the shadows, a well-groomed man with a mustache doubts the basis of reality, suspiciousness, and challenge are mixed on his face. An exhausted figure stands as a cascade of light falls around her. It seems he has decided to atone for the sins of his father, a burden embossed on his silhouette. The warrior stands among her fallen enemies, her blade and presence unwavering. She is a vision of vengeance and power, a force to be reckoned with. Rosette, with her golden locks, speaks of protection and new status. Her eyes reflect the depth of emotion. Nazar, his blue eyes intense, quietly thinks. His face is a mask of inner excitement and secrets that have yet to be revealed. In an intimate moment, Rosetta's faces are caressed. A mixture of tenderness and despondency passes between them. A common drowsiness carries Nazar and Rosetta into a peaceful rest, a rare peace amidst confusion. Rosetta lies deep in thought, the warmth of the bed inspiring memories, as if past and present are intertwined in her thoughts. In a darkened scene under a starry sky, a child pleads with an elderly woman, asking if they can leave the object they found in hopes of permission. Nazar stands tall in the daylight, reflecting that while company is good, the wolf treats his own kind better by setting expectations of belonging. As Nazar's hand hovers over the creature, he emphasizes the urgency of returning her to the pack now so that she never joins them, meaning an important decision. Rosette weeps silently, her golden hair shining in the light, mourning a loss or difficult choice, hinting at deep emotional disturbance. Rosetta's hand rests softly, betraying her tender emotions towards the creature or situation it encounters, a moment of connection and sadness. She turns, looking over her shoulder, her face etched with sadness and reflection, as if she is saying goodbye or reflecting on the past. Rosette looks at the creature, asking if he ever sleeps, demonstrating his care and concern for her well-being amidst the unfolding events. The Nazar framed in the doorway brings sustenance, a simple loaf, hinting at offering comfort or basic necessities in the face of adversity. As Rosette holds the bread, her face mixes gratitude with concern, perhaps contemplating the meaning of this gesture in the current circumstances. Rosette smiles faintly, her eyes meeting Nazar's, a combination of gratitude and lingering sadness, hinting at complex emotions in light of recent events. Nazar sits with his impressive posture restored, facing Rosetta. His question hangs in the air, full of anticipation, as she turns to face him, a mixture of curiosity and worry on her face. The atmosphere brightens when Nazar, lost in memory, remembers his beloved cat. Rosetta, caught off guard, asks about the pet, revealing a hint of their shared history or perhaps a deeper connection. A sudden transition to fantasy shows a large, blue-eyed wolf next to a petite, embarrassed Rosette. The juxtaposition captures her inner confusion in the midst of their strange exchange. Rosetta, with a glimmer of mischief, compares herself to a she-wolf, seeking confirmation from Nazar. Her playful question lifts his composure for a moment, revealing a lighter side to their relationship. In a moment of calm acceptance, Rosetta acknowledges Nazar's strategy. Her willingness to accept silence signifies a deeper understanding of his intentions and the underlying dynamics of their interaction. Standing still, Rosetta thinks about the future. Her thoughts return to a man's intention to marry a young, beautiful woman, which brings to mind the expectations of society and his place in them. The room fills with the sounds of Rosetta's laughter, a stark contrast to Nazar's unwavering seriousness. Her amusement brings a moment of levity to their otherwise tense conversation. Nazar, smiling wryly, challenges Rosetti's self-perception, implying that she considers herself the embodiment of youth and charm, and his tone suggests a gentle familiarity. Rosetta calmly rejects Nazar's playful accusation, returning the conversation to a deeper contemplation of necessity and desire, opening a window into their intimate discourse. The silent figure of the white-haired warrior Nazar imparts a hidden triumph, and his presence is a quiet testimony of seriousness, emphasizing the light-hearted banter between Nazar and Rosetta. Rosetta winks playfully, uttering an airy "ah" as she announces a successful shopping trip. She exudes confidence and charm, blissfully unaware of the days of adventure that unfold. Nazar stands nearby, his dark blue eyes looking at Rosetta, tenderly asking if she was hurt the day before. Their closeness suggests a connection that goes beyond mere acquaintance, with emotions simmering just beneath the surface. In a moment of reflection, Nazar's eyes soften, indicating a sense of peace as he remembers quieter times. The intensity of his gaze indicates a protective nature, as well as the depth of feelings for Rosette. Nazar's hand gently cups her face as Rosetta's eyes widen in a combination of amazement and vulnerability. The tender gesture speaks of their closeness and Nazar's concern for her well-being. Sitting at a table decorated with white roses, Nazar and Rosetta share a quiet moment. Nazar's relaxed pose contrasts with Rosetta's strict formality, illustrating the different worlds they inhabit. Rosette watches with curiosity as Nazar gives her a mysterious old ointment, a relic of the past with great significance. His proposal is a testament to the shared experiences and history they faced together. Gratitude shines in Rosetta's eyes as she accepts myrrh from Nazar with both hands, a symbol of their mutual respect and the care that binds them. Nazar's voice carries a note of authority as he allows Rossetti to leave the table but remain awake. His command emphasizes their duty to each other, binding them to an unspoken pact of loyalty and vigilance. Rosetta looks longingly into the distance. Her expression unites hope and thoughtfulness. She seems lost in thought, wondering about the future and her place in the world next to Nazar. A closer look at the ointment reveals the intricate details and care taken to preserve it. Nazar's fingers are gentle but tough, indicating his strength and precision. A man with long black hair and a traditional embroidered shirt stands in a room filled with lights and floating orbs, looking poised and somewhat embarrassed. Two men stand in elegant military uniforms, one with a shocked expression and the other with a serious, almost suspicious look. A man in a traditional shirt towers over two soldiers, one of whom looks at him questioningly. The dialogue indicates a combination of bewilderment and denial of anything vague. The next scene centers on a conversation between two soldiers, where one appears to infer a reaction that did not occur, prompting the other to question faith. The conversation continues with the mention of a girl who went into the forest after hearing about a monster attack, indicating bravery or impulsiveness, with a shadow of doubt hanging over this statement. During the discussion, disbelief is expressed in the girl's actions, and one of the men recalls hearing laughter, which seems to have a double meaning. One of the men points to the side, saying that someone left an important person. The context seems to revolve around loyalty or unexpected action. A close-up of one man shows an intense and slightly threatening conversation about the veracity of a previous reaction, demanding honesty. The focus shifts to a white-haired man who appears pensive and upset, and the discussion turns to gratitude, acceptance, and perhaps society's expectations. Finally, the man is shown in a darkened setting, expressing the exhaustion and severity of the ordeal they have been through with a strong sense of shared experience. Nazar stands in the shadows, one tear on his cheek, muttering to himself, clearly worried and searching for answers. Standing side by side, Nazar and his white-haired warrior radiate quiet strength. Both are dressed in elegant military attire, symbolizing their status and sociability. The white-haired warrior is deep in thought, expressing an unwillingness to forgive someone who oversteps the mark, hinting at a sense of justice and personal boundaries. Jumped up by surprise, the warrior looks out the window, and Nazar playfully asks if he was scared, which sparks a moment of light-hearted banter between them. Rosette appears surprised, her green eyes wide open, looking forward, indicating that she is either surprised or startled by an unexpected event or revelation. The interaction between Rosette and the white-haired warrior is cordial as she asks if he is well. There is a sense of caring and politeness in her requests. The warrior playfully insists on a less formal address, pointing out that Rosetta is his wife after all, bringing a casual, intimate dynamic to their relationship. Amidst a whimsical backdrop filled with furry creatures, Rosetta happily agrees to the warrior's proposal, her face beaming with enthusiasm. A tender scene unfolds as Rosette strokes the warrior's head. They both smile while surrounded by an idyllic landscape, signifying a moment of affection and communication. In the tender confrontation, Rosette seems to wonder out loud to herself, while the warrior, a little surprised, reassures her, revealing the protective and comforting aspect of their relationship. Rosetta, with her golden hair, looks confused when Nazar, the silver-haired warrior, raises a calming hand, hinting that there is no need for alarm. "Don't worry, it's just a bruise," he says. Rosetta stands by the dark horse, her expression softened, relief in her eyes. The horse appears to have carried her for 2 days, indicating a connection between the two. The horse nuzzles Rosette's dress, an affectionate gesture that makes her wonder about his intentions. This intimate moment signals a deeper connection. Rosette appears delighted by the horse's playful behavior, with a speech bubble indicating that it is rare for a horse to act this way, but he seems to have liked it. Nazar looks at him with a combination of surprise and awareness, commenting on how he understands the horse's intentions, distinguishing when he wants to bite and when he is just playing. As young Rosetta and Nazar reminisce, Nazar jokes about the horse's playful kick, comparing it to a memory from childhood, pointing to an ancient society. Nazar assures Rosetta that the horse is now as gentle as a lamb and asks her to watch carefully, demonstrating the horse's calm behavior. The horse shows restraint and does not bite the fingers offered by Nazar, much to Rosetta's surprise. Nazar's reassurance turns into a light-hearted moment between them. Rosette seems reassured by Nazar's control of the horse, her tension easing as she reaches out to pet the animal, showing trust in Nazar's words. Finally, Rosetta moves closer to the horse, her initial hesitation giving way to a smile as Nazar watches, reaffirming the importance of their journey together and the bond she has created. Against a calm and floral backdrop, Rosetta and the dark horse share a tender moment. She admires the horse, gently touching its muzzle, conveying a feeling of deep connection and affection. The scene shifts slightly, highlighting the horse's head, and Rosetta's hand caresses his muzzle. The bubble reveals the horse's sense of Rosetta's uniqueness, accompanied by text about how no one but the girls has ever ridden him. Rosette, framed by flowers, looks lovingly at the horse. Her words, full of admiration for his beauty, are surrounded by an aura of warmth and deep gratitude for this creature. Under a bright sky, Nazar appears next to Rosetta, who seems to have been taken by surprise. His presence is calm and reassuring, hinting at the close relationship between them. In a more intimate perspective, Rosetta is shown introducing the warrior Nazar to the horse. She appears content, and the dialogue suggests a break with custom, hinting at a strong bond between her and the horse. Amidst laughter and clear skies, Nazar's warrior jokes with his horse, declaring that they are friends. The relaxed atmosphere highlights the carefree dynamic among them. Rosetta, radiant and joyful, smiles brightly. Her laughter and happiness are evident, adding a layer of serenity to the narrative. Nazar addresses his warrior sternly, pointing to his position and asking him to retreat. Rosette's laughter fades as a hint of concern appears on her face. Rosetta stands poised and elegant, refusing to accompany Nazar and his warrior. At the same time, she chooses the company of the horse, asserting her decision with a reserved demeanor. Finally, an astonished expression graces Nazar's face. The text talks about the consequences of asking a woman to a man, with Rosetta's unconventional choice causing different reactions. In a tender moment, Rosette tenderly holds the scepter as Nazar looks at her with a feeling of respect or longing. Soft light and flowers around them create a romantic atmosphere. Rosette, with a sad expression on her face, asks if roses can experience emotions around them, especially when they are stepped on. The request seems to spread like a whisper, adding a layer of curiosity to the scene. Nazar helps Rosette onto the horse, a simple gesture that hints at a possible journey or adventure ahead. They are surrounded by a lush field, signaling a departure from a comfortable location. Nazar is making a statement about society's norms, perhaps alluding to societal expectations or rules that govern their behavior, emphasizing the platonic boundary between them. Rosetta answers questions that likely challenge Nazar's preliminary statement. Her tone seems to combine innocence with a keen desire to understand the rules that bind them. In a moment of defense, Rosetta seems upset by Nazar's words about the young man. Her protective nature shines through as she speaks fondly of the boy's bravery and kindness. Rosetta understands the consequences of being seen with Nazar and offers an alternative to avoid the rumors, perhaps signaling her awareness of the social consequences of their actions. Rosetta and Nazar are sitting on a horse, discussing the concept of beauty. Nazar's philosophical approach contrasts with Rosetta's straightforward appreciation of beauty, and he humorously criticizes the horse they ride. Rosetta discusses her unusual childhood vision of beauty, considering things that are not traditionally beautiful, like insects and pine cones, to be beautiful. Nazar agrees with Rosetta's ideas about beauty, appreciating the uniqueness in everyday life and recognizing its perspective. Rosetta finds beauty in the blue sky and sleek black horse, associating nature and animals with her idea of beauty. Rosetta asks Nazar to inform her if his wound reopens, showing concern for his well-being, while Nazar remains silent, perhaps contemplating. Nazar assures Rosetta that they will reach their destination by tomorrow, bending down to her level in what could be a consoling gesture. Rosette expresses regret that she can no longer ride through her condition, revealing a sense of loss and longing. Nazar offers to teach Rosetta if she wants and encourages her to find new interests, indicating a supportive and caring attitude. Rosetta's face is disfigured by a sudden pain that attracts Nazar's attention, emphasizing the alarming change in her well-being. Rosetta refers to Nazar's previous advice that she needs rest, perhaps pointing to a discussion about her health. Nazar gently holds Rosetta's hand, showing care and willingness to stay close, strengthening the bond between them. Rosetta, with her golden locks, laughs sincerely, expressing gratitude from the bottom of her heart, surrounded by a bright aura of happiness. Nazar, a man with striking blue eyes, gazes forward, personifying determination and quiet strength. Together, Nazar stands next to Rosetta under a clear sky, their position demonstrating a bond of mutual support and alliance. Nazar carries Rosette's consciousness in his arms in a green meadow, hinting at a journey or flight to safety. The scene takes place in a dimly lit room, where a man decides that Nazar will not come today, reveals a plan to stay with his hostess, and holds a letter intended for Nazar in his hands, wondering what to do next. A man in military uniform explains the unexpected situation to his surprised comrade, indicating a turn in their plans. The man with the letter inquires about the sender, his face tense as he learns that it comes from Prince Baskov. He asks for the letter, his tone is polite but firm, hinting at the urgency and importance of its contents. The nobleman's surprise is evident when he receives the letter, his face mixed with curiosity and apprehension as to what the message might contain. In the letter, Princess Rosette's bracelet is visible, accompanied by a loud sound, hinting at an important discovery or turning point in history. The person holding the letter asks who delivered it, asking where that person is. The attendant, poised and calm, informs him that the supplier is waiting at the gate. Next, we see another man, seemingly of high status, speaking with authority. He instructs someone off-screen to immediately deliver the person who delivered the letter to his office and assures that after that, they can return to their place, since this matter no longer concerns them. A cloaked figure kneeling on the ground respectfully greets someone and asks if he belongs to a certain tribe, indicating a difference in social or cultural background. The hooded figure confirms their identity in the fourth scene, acknowledging what was said earlier, revealing that they were sent by the tribe chief's daughter and that their name is Amel. The man, probably of noble birth, doubts the truth of the written words in the letter with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. The cloaked figure appears frustrated or unsure and responds with ellipses, hinting that they are either withholding information or unsure of the situation. The noble then declares that he will not hold the hooded figure accountable for the events described in the letter, but demands an explanation for what happened. A man of noble status explains that the princess is important to him, and his son, who is not in the castle, cannot help the hooded figure, suggesting a complicated relationship and perhaps a call for help associated with the princess. The mysterious figure admits that he doesn't have all the information, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and intrigue. Finally, the hooded figure reveals that, unlike said lord, the tribe's leader is against freeing the princess, revealing political tensions and possibly a rescue mission. In a dimly lit room, a figure shrouded in shadow seriously speaks of ignorance of the princess's true status, allowing a trace of sadness to seep through. A man stands with his back to the viewer in an exquisitely tailored suit, his posture frozen as he declares that he was inadvertently eavesdropped. A regal woman in an elegant outfit with a sad expression on her face asks for the honor of reading the letter, her eyes shining with curiosity. A hand holds a letter with illegible font. The text in the tooltip asks the reader what to do next. Tensions rise as the man, standing in front of a woman of noble figure, discusses the need to inform the healer, placing his hand to his forehead in a gesture of concern or frustration. The woman's profile exudes calm against the dark background, the whisper of sound denoting the silence of the room. Confronted with a man, the woman's words carry the weight of possibility, doubting whether the moment they are in could be the chance they have been waiting for. Her face is a picture of peace and anticipation. The only word is chance, hanging in the air between them. The man, his eyes narrowed with determination, contemplates their engagement, questioning the only question. The final text states the law of inheritance of the kingdom, with the eldest child ascending to the throne regardless of gender, while the illustration of the queen on the throne represents the grandeur of the narrative. A young man with golden hair is carefully crafting something, surrounded by magical sparkles. The text suggests that this place allows one to become someone important, such as a commander of a prestigious order, if one has the appropriate talent and determination. The princess, named Rosetta, is depicted gracefully seated, her demeanor gentle and welcoming. From the text, it seems that she has been ill since childhood, but her kind nature shines through. She lacks everything except a magically timid and affable presence. The two figures are depicted in a dimly lit space filled with lilies, focused on the older one calming the younger one with a gentle touch. The dialogue suggests that they sent the eldest princess for healing with the hope of winning her over. Izel, one of the characters, chose Rosetta over the elder Princess Tanith, indicating an important decision, represented by the bright light separating him and the other character. A woman with blonde hair and violet eyes that radiate nobility. The speech bubble communicates that they don't want a princess, meaning a refusal or release from someone's status or presence. The scene shows a close-up of two hands. One holds a letter, hesitantly signing a name. The text expresses regret over a decision that took too long to make, suggesting a difficult or weighty choice. In an elegant hall, a man and a woman stand opposite each other. The man says, "And you too, I think." It would seem that this is a moment of understanding or recognition between the two. The same man in a luxurious setting asks how to spot a soulmate, revealing his introspective side. He seems to be pondering the nature of soul ties. He admits that he forgot something important in the midst of his considerations, hinting at a moment of realization or recollection of an important fact or feeling that was missed. Finally, the woman is shown with a soft expression and the statement, "She loves him." This indicates romantic feelings, ending the episode with an affirmation of love. In a bright greenhouse decorated with flowers, two noble women talk over tea. A woman with silver hair, dressed in a purple dress, says she will bring something else when she returns home and hopes that it will not be refused. The woman in blue answers, assuring that she will not refuse affection. The conversation continues as the silver-haired woman expresses her anticipation of the gift with a hint of modesty, while subtly emphasizing her status as a queen. The younger woman in blue, with a wistful gaze, contrasts herself with other children who received more than a basic education, while reflecting on a girl named Rosetta who grew up without such privileges. Amidst an elegant tea party, a woman dressed in blue shares her worries about Rosetta reaching marriageable age and fears that it might affect how others perceive her. The silver woman, expressing concern, asks who would dare court the princess, hinting at the underlying pressures and expectations of society. In a tone mixed with humility, the woman in blue laments the inevitable gossip that follows the nobility, finding solace in the fact that only a man named Izel truly understands Rosette. In an effort to reassure, the silver-haired woman consoles her companion, hinting that it is time for the princess to accept the realities of life by reflecting on societal norms. In a moment of loneliness, the woman in blue stands at the window, her pose reflecting a feeling of hope. Returning to the conversation over tea, the woman in blue expresses her desire for Rosette to lead the simple life she loved as a wife and mother, contrasting with her current royal burden. The silver woman looks out the window, a storm of emotions hidden behind her reserved appearance, reflecting on the heavy expectations that the princess must bear. In a calm setting, a man with silver hair and a sincere smile reflects on the person he's staying with, hinting at a moment of recognition or decision. Another man with golden hair and a worried expression asks why he wasn't told the truth sooner, indicating that the revelation was too late. A woman in an elegant dress confronts a golden-haired man from behind, sarcastically questioning whether a certain act will change the royal's mind, hinting at a scheme that may not work out as intended. The golden-haired man argues that they cannot and should not do anything, suggesting they accept their fate or a situation beyond their control. The note is burned, an act that ensures that the secret remains within one person, hinting at a secret or hidden plan that is crucial to the plot. A woman with striking white hair and lavender eyes admits that she did not see who delivered the mysterious object, adding to the mystery. Finally, the golden-haired man watches, lost in thought, perhaps pondering the weight of the unseen contents of a letter or document, pondering a situation that could change his course. Nazar gently holds Rosetta's hand, a concerned expression on his face. The dialogue reveals his thoughts. This is indicating his concern or awareness of their situation. Rosetta, her golden locks cascading, leans on Nazar for support. Her tears and Nazar's dialogue, "This is," and then, "It's dangerous," hint that they are facing an imminent threat. The couple looks out over the majestic city, bathed in the golden light of the sunset. The city's intricate architecture and noisy environment indicate that this is an important location, perhaps their destination or home. Nazar, with a stern but caring expression on his face, informs Rossetti that they must quickly ride back to the castle, urging her to hold on tight, pointing out the haste and potential danger. The figure holds a blue flag aloft as the wind whips it. Below, in bold type, is the command "back," likely a call to a meeting or an order to retreat, indicating an emergency. The door opens at someone's command, emphasizing action and urgency as if a critical event is unfolding that requires immediate entry or exit. Nazar, Rosetta, and their companions approach the castle's front door, the setting sun casting long shadows, indicating their arrival at the important moment. The man at the entrance announces their arrival with antimony, a traditional sign of honor or important news, emphasizing the importance of Nazar and Rosetta's return. The entourage, led by Nazar, marches under the proud flags of the city, symbolizing a moment of triumph or a significant arrival, as the townspeople could have witnessed a key event. Rosetta's gaze, filled with complex emotions, is framed by her elaborate outfits, suggesting that she is of high status or importance, perhaps reflecting the seriousness of their situation. In a market full of fresh produce, Nazar is pleasantly surprised to carefully select apples, and the saleswoman, proud of her product, holds one, declaring the freshness of the fruit. They are both immersed in the lively atmosphere of the market. A woman in a purple dress takes the hand of a man dressed in a dark blue coat, decorated with exquisite gold embroidery. His stern demeanor as he walks alongside her through the sunlit streets, hinting at a sense of duty or purpose in his actions. The page, filled with elegant, sophisticated design, is accompanied by reflective text that seems to reflect on the nature of humans, contrasting their free and calm behavior with the past learned expectations of the elves. A group of dark figures stand in a dimly lit alley, their faces obscured as the caption recalls 3 years ago in the capital of Terry. The mystery of the scene speaks of mystery or foreboding. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, asks why there are so many poor people in a city that is known to be the richest in the world. She asks a question of a woman sitting by the window sewing, highlighting the contrast between the city's reputation and the reality she observes. In a close exchange, the woman advises Rossetti not to question such matters, hinting at the complexities or perhaps unspoken rules of their society. Rosette looks out the window, a gesture that may indicate a desire for understanding or change. Rosette shows her surprised reaction, her green eyes wide with surprise or realization, as if she had witnessed something unexpected or suddenly understood. A gloomy group of people with their eyes closed or looking away expresses grief or shock. The mood is heavy with emotion, underlined by the word lie in italics, meaning revelation or deception. Rosetta, covered in a black cloak that protects her from view, reflects on someone's intentions to protect her from the judgmental eyes of others, hinting at her vulnerability and refuge from public scrutiny. Durno Castle stands majestically against the night backdrop, its name embossed at the top as if to announce its heritage. The woman's face, covered in worry and wet with tears, shows relief as she talks to someone unseen, relieved after their return, while Nazar stands in the background, his blue eyes betraying no emotion. A mysterious figure in nun's robes introduces a stoic woman on horseback to the assembled crowd, conveying the entry to the prominent "This is." Rosetta's face stands out. Her golden locks frame her face, and her eyes, bright green, contain a depth of emotion that words cannot yet express. At the decisive moment, the nun declares Rosette his wife, completely breaking the air, leaving no room for questions. The woman in black clarifies that Rosette, who was once the daughter of a nobleman, is now her wife and under her command, which causes a mixture of emotions among the audience. Silence permeates the courtyard as the onlookers are frozen, their expressions reflecting the shock of the discovery, underscored by the echo of the name Inna. A commanding yet calm woman in black orders her servants to take Rosette to their rooms, hinting at the grueling trials of days past. Nazar refuses the invitation to follow, insisting on looking into some lingering matters, his calm as unshakable as his resolve. Left to her own devices, Rosetta whispers into the night, a quiet echo of resignation as Nazar moves away, leaving her to struggle with the burden of recent events. In a moment of surprise, Nazar clutches his shirt tightly, asking, "Who are you?" There is an urgency and color of anxiety in his actions. During a formal meeting, complete shock engulfs the room as the servants freeze. Rosette is at the center, expressing disappointment that her behavior is inappropriate for a child, indicating that he feels out of place. In close-up, Nazar's fingers touch delicately, the feeling of compassion conveyed by his gentle, "I'm sorry," hinting at a moment of tender apology. During a quiet conversation on the street, Nazar tells Rossetti to rest while he talks to the elders, and she reflects on his words. Their interaction is solemn and iconic. As Nazar leaves the building, the red-haired maid humbly expresses her joy in caring for him, demonstrating loyalty and dedication to her role. Nazar is seen leaving with 2 guards by his side. A determined and gloomy mood covers the scene, hinting at the seriousness of his future task. An upset Rosetta is seen with tears in her eyes, indicating deep emotional disturbance and worry, perhaps about Nazar's departure. Gently holding her hand, Rosette stands thoughtful, her face sullen as she contemplates the gravity of the situation, her gaze a combination of determination and apprehension. The red-haired servant invites Rosette to follow her, a gesture of support and guidance during a difficult time for both of them. Finally, the image showcases the paintings and bust displayed in the hall, hinting at the culture and sophistication of the characters, creating a backdrop of heritage and history. Rosetta, the girl with golden hair, looks amazed and somewhat embarrassed. A servant with red hair seems to be explaining something to her with a somewhat worried expression on his face. She remembers something about how this place isn't as brightly cheerful as it seems. In close-up, Rosette's eyes are wide, perhaps full of curiosity or concern, as she talks to someone, perhaps asking if they want to know more about something, indicating a willingness to share information or learn. Rosette and the servant are in the corridor, and the servant points to the walls and floor. Rosetta seems interested in the works of art that once adorned them, hinting at a change or loss she has noticed. The servant, looking thoughtful and a little gloomy, appears to be sharing some knowledge with Rosette. She talks about the unique nature of the trees and flowers, perhaps explaining why the place looks different than Rosetta remembers. Rosetta appears thoughtful, perhaps even worried, when a servant reveals information about a unique dye that is coveted by many, including a kingdom that demands it as tribute, hinting at the dye's considerable value and rarity. The servant appears proud and enthusiastic as she explains the importance of paint to the family's wealth and status. Rosette listens intently, her expression indicating that she is absorbing new and possibly disturbing information. Looking down from above, Rosette and the servant are shown from afar, creating an atmosphere of isolation or contemplation as they perhaps decide their next move or destination in the vast, ornate space. As they walk together, the servant appears to be debating whether to share the information with Rosette or keep it to himself, hinting at a deeper, perhaps darker secret. The servant appears troubled as she looks into the pen, perhaps contemplating the implications of the conversation or the weight of the secrets she holds as she looks to the outside world. Rosette returns to the servant in the dark room, her expression serious and searching, as if she is about to confront the servant or ask a difficult question about what they think about the man named Rhea. Rosette, with her golden hair, smiles tenderly, complimenting the invisible man for his kindness and thoughtfulness. She is surrounded by a soft floral background, giving her an angelic appearance. The brown-haired servant stands alone, her expression grave and her eyes downcast. She doesn't say anything. The silence says a lot about her contemplative mood. Rosette's eyes are wide with surprise, her lips are slightly parted. She looks into the distance. In a word, this tape means awareness or discovery of the importance of the subject in question. In a more intimate setting, Rosette kindly receives a ribbon from a servant, explaining that she had nothing to secure her hair with. This gesture seems to carry the burden of kindness and history between them. The servant asks if the recipient realizes the meaning of the ribbon, implying that there is more to this piece of cloth than meets the eye. Rosetta looks to the side, clutching the ribbon, revealing that it belongs to someone's mother. This revelation adds depth and sentiment to a seemingly simple film. The servant watches, her inner monologue expressing her shock at having a personal and valuable item given to her so freely, especially given the giver's usual reserve. The tension grows as Rosetta, holding the ribbon, seems to sense something bad. The servant's words, if something is wrong, increases the feeling of discomfort. A close-up of the maid shows her apologizing and feeling somewhat sorry. She is overwhelmed by the gift she received, hinting at a backstory filled with emotion and perhaps pity. Rosetta looks thoughtfully at the tape, realizing that this is not a simple object. There is a sense of foreboding that suggests the film's story is complex and perhaps even dangerous. Golden-haired Rosette stands in the large room, looking a little surprised as she says, "I didn't know." The atmosphere is tense and uncertain. The red-haired maid thoughtfully comments, "Zairn is famous for its colors," looking at this with a serious expression, perhaps pondering the meaning of this information. In a lighter mood, Rosette, with a shy and hopeful look, asks if she can start by taking a bath. The thought bubbles, indicating her anticipation and slight embarrassment after the long journey. The servant, taken by surprise by Rosette's request, appears surprised and a little flustered, her wide eyes and raised eyebrows expressing her surprise. The assembled servant politely asks Rosette if she would like to dine, formally and respectfully inaugurating the next stage of hospitality. Rosette's request for a bath is confirmed by the servant, who understands the importance of feeling refreshed after traveling and agrees to boil the water, demonstrating his concern for Rosette's comfort. The young maid's face shows joyful surprise as she eagerly asks about Rosette's identity, while the sparkles around her indicate her excitement and curiosity. In a secluded corner of the large estate, a red-haired servant shares a serene moment with Rosette, revealing that despite her brief interaction, she is still a stranger to the guests, emphasizing the need for more time to get to know her. The servant admits that Rosetta cannot speak the Ardenese language, which Rosetta confirms, setting the stage for a cultural exchange and a potential language barrier in their interaction. Rosette looks on impatiently, placing a finger to her lips, as if about to share a secret or ask a question. The brown-haired maid brags about her knowledge of Latin, claiming that she is the best among the staff, while Rosetta and the red-haired maid listen. The red-haired maid looks a little reconciled when she agrees to take Rosette to another lady, her face a combination of duty and reluctance. Rosetta appears to be amused when the brown-haired maid playfully hints that Rosetta can lighten up any conversation by highlighting her social charm. A solitary figure stands in a majestic room, the decor of which is as stately and cold as the owner's reputation, inspiring an austere and regal atmosphere. The same figure looks out the window at the city below, the darkness of the room enhanced by the distant light, hinting at a light beyond her reach. The chestnut-haired maid with a gentle knock informs the lady at the window that her bath is ready, interrupting her quiet contemplation. The scene turns comical as the maids suddenly bring a bathtub into the room, leaving Rosette astonished at the break with tradition. In a moment of formality, the red-haired maid announces that she will take care of the lady, indicating that the guest can leave as the scene centers on a set of elegant clothes. The maids leave after making sure the bath is prepared for their woman's satisfaction, their silhouettes receding from the bright bathroom, leaving the scene calm. The brown-haired girl excitedly introduces herself, saying her name is Benny. She shows a peace symbol above her eyes, obviously delighted. Benny, a servant with brown hair, checks the temperature of the water with Rosette, asking if she likes it. Pensive Rosetta looks away without answering. Rosette muses quietly as she dips her toes in the water and mutters to herself about the dreamy quality of the bath, trailing off with a wistful expression. Rosetta's face shows triumph, framed by her golden locks, as she broods over something, with only deep thoughts for company. Rosette is caught in an unexpectedly playful prank when Benny, her animated, brown-haired servant, appears behind her, leading to an uncomfortable silence between them. Rosetta's elegant dress, adorned with detailed embroidery and ribbons, hangs gracefully, hinting at the luxurious setting surrounding the characters. The scene transitions to a more intimate setting where Benny helps Rosetta in the bath, offering his hand with a caring smile while Rosetta maintains a demure pose. Benny admires Rosetta's beautiful golden hair and soft, delicate skin with a combination of awe and outright flattery that emphasizes the physical contrast between them. The maid's gentle touch is noticeable as she carefully washes Rosette's back, indicating the bond of trust and service between them. Finally, we see a side of Rosetta that reflects gratitude and peace as she acknowledges her rare, enjoyable interactions without any worry or stress, thanks to Benny. Rosette looks thoughtful and relieved, thinking that this is the first time other than Shiki that she has been treated well, which eases her worries. In the bathhouse, Rosetta, the golden-haired girl, is approached by her servant Benny, who fearfully lets his jar in, locking himself, "No," when Rosetta asks about her concern. Rosetta reveals her sophisticated profile, highlighted by her blonde hair and striking green eyes as she turns away, leaving an air of mystery. Rosette dismisses Benny's concerns about her shoulder, explaining that the scar is from a childhood injury that has long since healed, dismissing the idea that it still affects her. Hearing Benya's memory of the arrows, confusion appeared on Rosetta's face. She had not mentioned a single similar incident in her past. Benny, wide-eyed and sincere, insists that Rosetta's scar is indeed wounded by an arrow, challenging Rosetta to deny the idea. From a high angle, we see Benny kneeling by the bathtub, expressing his belief that despite some claiming that Rosette is only a guest, she perceives it as a genuine reaction. A sense of urgency overcomes Rosetta as she asks Benny about the whereabouts of a man named Venny, his gaze filled with concern. Benny, with brown hair, looks up intently when Rosetta asks about a woman named Calanthe. Benny reveals that she is her maternal grandmother. Rosette looks out the window, lost in thought, having come to the conclusion that the person she is waiting for is unlikely to return. In a light-hearted conversation, Benny, the servant, playfully suggests that Rosette might be afraid of ghosts, which Rosette, half immersed in the bathtub, nervously denies. As night falls, Rosette contemplates her eternal loneliness, warning Benny not to freeze as they prepare to spend the evening together. Rosette, holding purple flowers, is surprised by them. Benny informs her that it is lavender, used for fragrance or as a healing agent. Rosette admires the flowers carefully, contemplating their use, while Benny watches with a gentle air of amusement. Benny helps Rosette, now dressed in noble attire, as they share a moment of connection, highlighting the close bond between servant and master. Rosette's expression softens as she looks at the delicate petals, reflecting a moment of quiet gratitude for their beauty. There is a sense of urgency when Rosetta suddenly realizes her tape is missing. Benny looks on, surprised by his owner's suffering. The calm of the scene is shattered when Benny rushes off, determined to find Rosetta's missing ribbon, her concern evident. In a heated argument, Benny, a servant with brown hair, argues with Rosette regarding her lost outfit, indicating urgency and confusion. Rosette, with her impressive golden hair, declares her intention to go off on her own, despite Benny's obvious concern and attempts to follow. By holding the ribbon tightly, Rosetta reveals that it is her mother's only keepsake, emphasizing its sentimental value and her emotional attachment to it. Benny, standing defiantly, asserts himself decisively in a tense situation, demonstrating his determination and protection of Rosetta. Benny frantically questions the man about Rosetta's clothing, her expression one of panic and alarm, hinting at a situation with dire consequences. A moment of intimacy shows Rosetta and Benny united in a quiet, darkened space, suggesting a deep connection and shared care. Rosette stands amid the flames with her hand to her mouth in shock, signaling the catastrophic turn of events and her horror at the destruction. In a desperate attempt, Rosette reaches out her hand as if trying to stop the engulfing flames, emphasizing the feeling of helplessness and urgency. Benny's scream at Rosetta is marked by fear, her face contorted with worry, indicating the immediate danger Rosetta faces. Rosette watches her expression change from worry to determination as she seems to acknowledge the gravity of her situation. A character in a dark coat stands on a shining floor with a hexagonal pattern, calling out in surprise or insistence, probably to someone named Rita. Nazar, a character with long black hair and blue eyes, is greeted by a silver-haired face. The latter expresses relief to see Nazar safe, admitting that they had planned to visit. The gray-haired man brushes off Nazar's apologies with a gentle smile, grateful that Nazar immediately came to them and resolved urgent issues. Nazar assures another character that there will be no more reasons for unrest, to which he simply replies, "Okay." 2 cups of tea are on the table, and one character notices that the king has returned from the previous evening, recovering from an early morning wound. Nazar, thoughtful and a little worried, reflects on the reaction of the elderly advisor, doubting the consequences of certain decisions. Sitting opposite Nazar, the silver man is in deep thought, preoccupied by the loneliness caused by the king's actions and wondering what else they can do. The silver-haired man warns Nazar, explaining the proximity of their lands to the lands of powerful enemies, meaning that the accusations could lead to greater conflict. There is a pause in the conversation as the silver-haired man ponders, leaving a statement hanging with, "So." In a dimly lit room, Nazar sternly says that it would be best to distance himself from the king as soon as possible, referring to a sense of urgency and concern. Nazar stands in a dark room, his long black hair framing his face as he looks at someone with a mixture of emotions, reflecting on previous thoughts about accepting someone's death. Reflecting, Nazar reflects on his initial decision to end his life, admitting that he has changed his mind. His striking blue eyes are full of intensity as he reveals his inner turmoil from causing harm. In a poignant moment, Nazar talks about experiencing injustice, talks about his pain due to the offense against himself and his wife, revealing the depth of his feelings and the seriousness of the offense. Surprised by the mention of his wife, Nazar questions the other's knowledge, his expression changing into shock, doubting the intent of the words. He looks seemingly defeated as he acknowledges the complexity of the situation with a simple, "Well, that's how it turned out," hinting at resignation to unpredictable consequences. With his back to us, Nazar listens to someone tell how, 3 days ago, someone interfered with an important family relationship, causing significant upset. Nazar's thoughtful gaze drops down as he asks if it is really the bride's fault for searching for an answer in the midst of confusion. In close-up, we see Nazar's face, expressed in disbelief, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation as he doubts the seriousness of the claims being made. Nazar firmly states his intention to return someone to the family, expressing a sense of duty and the impossibility of accepting them as a wife due to discord between the families. Finally, with one word, "got it," Nazar accepts the gravity of the revelations, his face a portrait of awareness and acceptance as he comes to terms with the situation. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, demands to be told what is happening, showing his frustration and haste. In close-up, Nazar reflects on a past meeting on the grounds that left him with a long, fond memory. Sitting at a table with another man, Nazar listens as he is told about someone from the past associated with guarding the castle. The conversation turns mysterious when the man begins to share strange stories about the castle, while Nazar listens intently. The narrator appears stunned, claiming to have seen something in the castle, which further fuels Nazar's curiosity. Nazar leans towards him, eyes wide with anticipation, asking what exactly this man saw. A dark tale unfolds about a hunt organized at the castle 10 years ago, and Nazar questions the purpose of such events. The story culminates in a dazzling flash of light, enveloping the castle in an aura of mystery and charm. Nazar expresses skepticism, believing that the incredible stories he has heard could be true. The memory of the Ice King's death 10 years ago resurfaces, tying it to the narrator's mysterious history and calling the past into question. Nazar stands in the great hall, reflecting on the past disregard for tradition and the death of the ruler, considered an accident due to a fall. His surroundings are luxurious but cold. He ponders the king's hidden body, questioning the mystery of whether the death was simply an accident. The decorated coffin hints at a noble but untold story. Amidst the lavish decor, Nazar recalls the story of the king's death from monsters, a rare statement. His skeptical look hints at doubts about the real reason. Nazar sits, thinking that the claims of monsters in the royal forest are strange, since they believe that they cannot enter. The elegance of the room contrasts with the gloom of the discussion. In a dimly lit room, Nazar reflects on the time of bird hunting and the killing of the monarch, hinting at a connection. His solemn face reflects the seriousness of his thoughts. Nazar ponders the possibility of killing a king associated with monsters, with a trick that suggests he is putting together a puzzle. The environment is dark and reflects the mood. Deep in thought, Nazar gets lost in thoughts about a tracin. His pensive mood indicates an important discovery. Captivated by the shining bird, Nazar connects him with a tracin, hinting at an epiphany. The bird's brilliance stands out in an otherwise stark room. Nazar seemed to be struck by some opinion. Something unusual caught his attention. The expression on his face is intense concentration. Looking thoughtful, Nazar thinks about the atracin, which may be creating a mystery. His serious demeanor indicates a critical moment of insight. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, reflects on a disturbing incident involving the Kingdom of Ice that occurred 10 years ago, indicating that this is his only concern. A character with gray hair, glasses, and a bow tie makes serious remarks about Nazar's behavior during the war a dozen years ago, hinting at a burdened history. A gloomy gathering of people in uniform is seen on the seashore, suggesting a scene of contemplation or reminiscence, quiet conversations. A tear-stained man stands in front of Nazar in a black cloak. The dialogue shows that the man who is expected to become a leader appears lost, not meeting Nazar's standards. In a dynamic scene, a man in a fighting stance with a drawn sword confronts a shrouded figure, the tension between them cracking with lightning speed. Nazar, sitting in an ornate room, explains that a golden sword signifies royalty or a significant government position, hinting at the Kingdom of Ice. Nazar broods alone in the darkness, her confusion evident as she questions the necessity of past actions, hinting at deeper plots. Nazar stands, assertive and determined, insisting on revealing the truth for the real reasons behind the past events. His stance shows determination. In the blink of an eye, Nazar, with his fingers to his lips, promises to reveal the truth when the dust settles, demonstrating strategic patience. Finally, Nazar and the man run into each other, the mention of a feast hanging in the air, hinting at an upcoming event that may be more than it seems. In a dimly lit room, a man with long silver hair and a suit speaks emphatically about the need to decline a wedding invitation. His face is serious, indicating the seriousness of the situation. With an air of submission, the same man acknowledges that someone is unaware of the situation, referring to the secret or burden he carries. His fingers are elegantly positioned, suggesting a gesture of clarification or clarification. Blonde-haired man solemnly delegates the task to someone else, assuring that a third party will handle the preparations. His eyes are downcast, conveying a sense of authority and trust. Standing alone in a large hallway, a man shouts, asking if anyone else is present. His attitude is balanced but expectant, a combination of elegance and attentiveness. A man named Nazar with a bowed figure orders him to invite the woman to the castle to meet as soon as possible. Nazar's tone is authoritative, but there is an underlying urgency to his order. Pensive Nazar stands with his hand on his chin, deeply thoughtful. The luxurious furnishings indicate that important decisions are made in the seat of power. The pensive Nazar is depicted close up, his eyes looking into the distance, indicating concern or deep thoughtfulness. His hand partially covers his mouth, suggesting that he is having difficulty speaking or making decisions. The scene shifts to a view of a castle at night called Ellinge Castle. The tall building is illuminated against the night sky, radiating mystery and grandeur. A woman with long black hair standing by a horse at night is represented as Nazar. Her gaze is distant, and her posture indicates that she is waiting or thinking about something deep. Finally, a woman is mentioned who is believed to be Nazar. It is suggested that she is likely asleep from exhaustion, so deeply that she will not notice the intrusion, hinting at vulnerability despite her strong appearance. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, ponders why thoughts about a certain person increasingly occupy his head. Under the cover of darkness, Nazar, cloaked and determined, strides towards the waiting horse, his figure in the moonlight creating a mysterious appearance. The woman screams in fear as Nazar approaches. She wonders out loud when he returned, regretting that she missed his arrival. The bottle falls to the ground with a quiet clink as Nazar stops in his steps, perhaps surprised or contemplating his next move. A man named Mark, who appears to be drunk, runs into Nazar standing next to his horse. Nazar asks if Mark is drinking again. While Nazar stands sternly, Mark admits he had been drinking, but insists he was only a little thirsty and not drunk. Mark pleads with Nazar, suggesting that they have come a long way and deserve a rest. He offers to look after the beautiful horse, looking completely serious. Mark, clearly worse for wear, leans on his horse, talking to Nazar about someone who only listens to him, possibly referring to the horse. Surprised by Mark's sudden realization, he exclaims in delight as he ponders the implications of his own words and their meaning in relation to Nazar. Nazar addresses Mark with a certain coldness, hinting at a secret or private understanding that they share about the horse. Nazar, a man with blue eyes and long black hair, claims that there is still someone else he wants to talk about, recalling the need for a modest and calm mare. The man with the mustache appears confused, implying "my wife" in a sleepy or possibly inebriated state. The mustachioed man, now fully awake and alarmed, repeats, "What? Wife?" as if the reality of the situation had just hit him. With an air of awareness and a bit of panic, the man with the mustache admits that he heard something, but explains that he learned a lot from frequent eavesdropping. Nazar questions the identity of the mare, wondering why such gossip is circulating in their house, and the mustachioed man looks at this in shock, his mouth open. In a scene overlooking a balcony at night, Nazar points out that they have just returned from the Basque country, raising the issue of a sound heard at a wedding. Nazar, looking thoughtfully at the night sky, is focused on the aroma of the Basque lands, hinting at some kind of deep reflection or recognition. The shock on the faces of Nazar and the woman dressed as a maid is palpable as they witness something likely shocking or unexpected right outside the balcony. Nazar's gaze falls on the maid as she asks the reason for the loud sound they heard, expressing concern for her well-being. The woman, obviously upset and possibly hurt, receives Nazar's attention and concern when he asks about what happened that led to her current state. In the bustling kitchen, Rosette, a girl with golden hair, is surrounded by other maids, including one named Benny with brown hair. The maids seem worried as they rush towards Rosette, who appears embarrassed and is sitting on the floor. Rosetta is seen up close, with an amazed and slightly frightened expression on her face. Benny extends his hand to help Rossetti up, expressing concern and concern at the same time. The man, Nazar, with piercing blue eyes and long black hair, looks furious and defeated. The text suggests that someone has insulted Rosette because of her heritage, to which he responds with the word indignation. Kaka tightly clenched hands, with emphasis on a sudden, firm squeeze, indicating urgency or a defensive reaction. Nazar gently holds Rosetta's hand and looks closely at her with a thoughtful and concerned look. The atmosphere is tense but intimate. A close-up of the hand shows damage and the text inhales sharply, indicating pain or discomfort during the autopsy. Rosette appears in the twilight, looking down, her face filled with sadness and resignation, hinting at a deep, unspoken misfortune. Rosette, speaking quietly, hints at her reluctance to share something that is bothering her, hinting at a secret or problem that she does not want to reveal. Nazar defends Rosette by holding a sword and appearing authoritative and confrontational, demanding answers about who harmed his wife. The focus shifts to the maids in the semi-darkness. The mood is gloomy and tense as the question of who injured Rosetta's hands hangs in the air. Rosette kneels down, her expression full of concern as she looks at Benny sitting on the ground, sincerely apologizing for the accident with the purple hair ribbon. Benny, in a green dress, looks upset, admitting her fault for the accident that happened, holding the ribbon and looking at Rosetta. With her eyes open, Benny continues to blame herself for the incident, noting that if she had known, she would never have allowed the tape to be thrown into the fire. Nazar, with long black hair and blue eyes, looks down solemnly, expressing regret and apology, his remorse palpable. Rosetta claims that Benny is not at fault, explaining that the situation was caused by an improperly placed hairband. Benny listens, her eyes wide with shock. Rosetta's eyes are full of confusion as she repeats the word ribbon, the cause of the chaos slowly being understood by her. Explaining the gravity of the situation, Rosette stands behind Benny, her expression filled with disappointment as she explains how close the tape was to being destroyed. Clutching the ribbon, Rosetta reflects that it was the only item she was able to save from the flames, symbolizing its great personal value. Nazar kneels before Rosetta, his face marked with grim realization as he acknowledges Rosetta's bravery in returning the ribbon, a memory from her deceased mother. Rosette, blaming herself for her recklessness, holds the ribbon close, her actions driven by the irreplaceable nature of the object. Rosetta, with her golden hair, turns to Nazar, a man with piercing blue eyes and long black hair, offering to discuss something later. Nazar's solemn expression indicates that he was thinking deeply about the conversation. Benny's brown-haired servant is kneeling on the floor with a worried expression on his face. She states the urgency of treating Rosetta's wounds, highlighting the risk of scarring if not treated promptly. In a tender scene, Rosetta and Nazar share an intimate moment surrounded by a warm glow. Rosetta appears surprised when a shirtless Nazar looks at her with a soft expression, signaling the close bond between them. Rosette instructs Nazar on how to hug her without touching their hands, indicating a delicate situation where contact should be minimal. Nazar answers, carefully placing his hands. Nazar carries Rosetta in his arms, preparing to immediately take her to the doctor. The urgency is evident in his quick reaction to Rosetta's weakened state. Benny, embarrassed, sitting on the floor, tightly grabs her skirt, watching Nazar carry Rosetta. Her face expresses concern and helplessness. In a fit of anxiety, the brown-haired servant collects materials to treat injuries while following Nazar to tend to Rosetta. Her face is focused, ready to help. The red-haired maid says that she wants forgiveness and prays for both herself and Benny, emphasizing a sense of duty and repentance. Nazar gently advises Rosetta not to use his hands, saying that they need rest. His concern becomes evident when he looks at her bandaged hands, indicating her vulnerability. The red-haired maid looks upset and pensive, touching her chest as if contemplating the gravity of the situation, her eyes full of worry and regret. Nazar, a man with striking blue eyes and long black hair, adjusts his glasses. He examines his superficial skin burn, feeling confident that it will heal quickly, but it reveals a deeper, more troubling pain within. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair, stands firmly, her face a canvas of determination. Nazar, looking to the side, is agitated, promising to prevent any harm to the kingdom while insisting that he will not give in. A single bottle glitters under the light of the lamp on the table in the center of Nazar's intentions. It leaves behind the painkiller, its potency indicated by its prominent placement and implicit trust in its effectiveness in relieving suffering. In a large room, Rosetta sits distantly, her gaze directed somewhere, while two servants, one with brown hair, Benny, and the other with red hair, stand together. The mood is gloomy, a prelude to the unfolding of the drama. Benny, the brown-haired servant, is consumed by remorse, taking full responsibility for an unnamed offense. The weight of her guilt is palpable, as she is willing to bear the consequences herself. Rosetta objects sharply when she intervenes to protect Benny. The surrounding air seems to crackle with her refusal to admit Benny's guilt, her emotions emphasized by her vivid facial expressions. Nazar raises his hand with an air of finality, signifying the end of the argument. His words vindicate everyone present, insisting that no blame is assigned, his authority is not questioned. In an intimate moment, Rosetta reflects on Nazar's behavior, noticing a sharp contrast to his usual presence, a rare glimpse of vulnerability that seems to have slipped past his guarded appearance. In a tense confrontation, Nazar, sword in hand, confronts the ice, his physique amazing. Rosette looks on, her expression a mixture of worry and fear, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Rosetta broods alone, intertwining her thoughts with regret. She complains about her lack of caution, about her backward glance, colored by the desire to turn back time, a desire that remained unfulfilled in a quiet room. Rosette looks puzzled, her eyebrows raised, wondering what to do next, thinking, "In this situation?" She is talking to someone, showing her hunger by saying, "I haven't eaten yet." The second one, who is not visible, offers to cook something, asking, "Oh, should I make something?" Two women peer through the door, one of whom shouts, "Shh," as they secretly listen to a conversation, hinting at an eavesdropping scene. Rosette is relieved to thank someone for being discreet about a potentially awkward situation, saying, "Thanks for covering it up. It was awkward." She touches her cheek, feeling awkward. Nazar, with his striking blue eyes, joins in the conversation, acknowledging that everyone heard the incident, asking, "How's your stomach?" in a slightly teasing tone. He continues, somewhat playfully, revealing the melodic sounds his stomach makes, giddily admitting to a natural phenomenon. In an elegant setting, Rosetta talks with Nazar, remembering her caretaker's concern for his reputation. She seems surprised by their interest in decency. Rosette appears shocked and flushed, pulling the scarf away from her face as she experiences a moment of unexpected emotion or revelation. In the royal room, Rosetta and Nazar share a moment. She appears to be in a state of distress or deep thought as Nazar extends his hand, perhaps offering comfort. The interaction intensifies as Rosetta, visibly moved, wipes a tear from her eye, and Nazar watches worry stand out on his face. The moment seems tender and touching. The hand carefully places a round, patterned object on the surface, hinting at its value and the delicacy required to handle it. Rosette, with her golden hair, looks surprised when she meets Nazar, who shows a gesture of deep respect or apology by kneeling before her. A moment of unexpected intimacy occurs when hands gently touch Rosette's neck, prompting her to ask in surprise about the intentions of the gesture. Nazar sits thoughtfully, looking down with an expression of pity. He holds his hand in a delicate embrace, signaling a moment of consolation or repentance. Rosette stands at the window, her eyes downcast, and her body language reflects a feeling of defeat or acceptance of a disturbing truth. The tightly clenched hand in the bandage, coupled with the reference to a kitchen argument escalating to a sword being drawn, illustrates the tense scenario. Nazar, looking sincerely at Rosetta, communicates not with his own words, but through a meaningful look, hinting that there is more to their conversation than meets the eye. Delicately holding the purple ribbon, Nazar comes to a revelation indicated by his dialogue, offering new insight into an event involving his mother. Rosetta, surrounded by bubbles, reflects on the greatness of the actions taken in her name, questioning their purpose and necessity with a combination of wonder and skepticism. Finally, Nazar expresses a heartfelt confession to Rosette, perhaps about a memory that the tape brought to the surface, revealing his vulnerability. Rosetta, a girl with golden hair, firmly tells Calm to not continue his actions. There is a determination in her eyes that matches the seriousness of her words. Nazar, a man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, reminds Rosette that she is not in her homeland. He assures her that she doesn't need to worry while he's with her, but emphasizes the importance of her being able to take care of herself when he's not there. Rosette turns away thoughtfully, asking a question that seems to cast doubt on their shared future. Her facial expression is one of worry and thoughtfulness as she seeks reassurance about their relationship. Nazar, with a strict but caring disposition, agrees to protect her, but advises her to avoid rash actions, like she did that day. It emphasizes the need to stay away from dangerous situations, emphasizing a protective yet educational tone. Rosetta smiles gratefully at Nazar, her face lighting up with a sincere, "Thank you." Her joy is obvious, and the flowers around her indicate the warmth and gratitude she feels. The scene transitions to a more intimate setting in which Rosetta and Nazar share tender moments, exchanging meaningful glances. The atmosphere is calm and full of unspoken understanding. A close-up of their hands gently touching a bowl of water captures a moment of care and communication. The name Nazar floats on the surface, symbolizing the presence and tenderness between them. Rosette, holding her hand on her heart, expresses deeply hidden fear. The worry in her eyes is clear as she contemplates the strength of her heart and the impact of potential grief. Two women dressed as maids serve Nazar food. They are ready to serve, pointing out the formality and hierarchy in the family. Finally, Nazar orders Rosette to stay put, his raised hand stopping. The cautious tone may indicate an unfolding situation that requires her to stay safe and away from potential harm. Rosette, with her golden locks, exclaims joyfully at the sumptuous meal before them, insisting that they eat together, her voice clear with excitement. The dishes shimmer under the large chandelier, promising a feast for the senses. The next moment she asks with interest about a plate of shrimp, a dish unfamiliar to her. Nazar, a man with deep blue eyes and long black hair, confirms that they are indeed shrimp, suggesting that she has not seen them before. Rosetta, smiling quietly, admits that her family does not serve such food, her eyes widening with novelty at the sight of the exotic cuisine laid out on the table. Tenderly holding the shrimp on her fork, Rosetta looks at it with a combination of intrigue and hesitation, unsure of what to expect from this new culinary discovery. Nazar flippantly suggests calling a doctor, perhaps teasing her about her cautious attitude towards new food. Rosette refuses with a gentle smile, asking him to just keep feeding her or let her try the food in the dark. With a raised eyebrow, Nazar asks if she really intends to eat in her current state, hinting at the unusual nature of the situation as he holds a fork filled with food. Rosetta looks depressed. Her excitement fades away at the unexpected turn in the conversation. Her anticipation turns into slight disappointment. Rosette takes a careful bite, the expectations and reality of the new taste imprinting a moment of surprise on her faces, her previous doubts seemingly dissipating. Finally, Rosetta beams with joy, the taste apparently exceeding her expectations as she proclaims the deliciousness of the shrimp, and the experience turns out to be delicious, contrary to her initial reservation. With her eyes sparkling and her hand covering her mouth in a graceful gesture of delight, Rosetta shouts out how delicious the shrimp are, her initial fear giving way to pleasant surprise that it is nothing like the chicken she was expecting. Rosette, with her golden hair, expresses a desire to try the various dishes in front of her, especially pointing out lobster and something creamy. Rosetta, savoring with a spoon, seems amazed by the taste, suggesting that it is more deceptive than one might think, arousing curiosity. Nazar, a man with black hair and blue eyes, displays a stern and poised demeanor, his striking gaze indicating depth and intensity. The scene is a tranquil, backlit setting where Rosetta and Nazar sit at the dinner table, a warm, glowing atmosphere permeating with elegance. Rosetta seems to remember advice about the importance of trying seafood to engage in sales conversations when reflecting on past experiences. Rosetta seems to consider seafood an important part of the negotiations, noting that the people who trade in gems and deserts, especially from Capri, are quite special. While exquisitely anticipating food, Rosetta muses about not refusing food offered and the importance of emptying the plate, noting manners. Nazar asks about the consequences of not eating, hinting at social consequences and dire consequences. Rosetta confidently advises not to cross paths with someone like her, hinting at a hidden threat along with her reserved demeanor. In a moment of heightened tension, Rosetta accuses Nazar of hoarding all the desserts for himself for 3 years, adding a personal and possibly playful argument to their interaction. Rosette, with her golden hair, seems uncomfortable with the form of treatment, asking Nazar not to use her anymore. There is an urgency in her eyes. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, offers Rosette more food with a calm demeanor, to which she refuses with a simple, "I'm full." Focusing on the plate, Nazar elegantly cuts into the food, symbolizing a pause in their conversation and perhaps a moment of reflection or decision. Turning to face Rosetta, Nazar ponders what is left behind, while Rosetta, confused, wonders at the apparent absence of something important. In a more serious tone, Nazar tells Rosetta about his travels under the guise of trade, reflecting on the reasons for such a journey. The conversation takes a deeper turn as Nazar expresses his desire to ensure safe trade routes free from the fear of monsters, revealing a protective side. Rosetta watches, stunned by Nazar's discovery that monsters were not always part of their world, showing her innocence or protected life. Her expression becomes suspicious as she tries to reconcile her knowledge with Nazar's hints about the existence of monsters. Nazar speaks of an era filled with peace before the appearance of monsters, indicating significant changes in the history of their world. Nazar traces the appearance of monsters to a specific time, around the time of the founding of the Forest Kingdom, leaving a trail of mystery in the air. Rosetta, a woman with golden hair, appears thoughtful, expressing doubt with her shimmering green eyes as she asks if something is connected. Nazar, a man with long black hair and striking blue eyes, sits across from Rosetta, casually dismissing her concern as mere coincidence. Rosette's gaze turns downwards, the bubble indicating his silent contemplation as the weight of the conversation lingers in the air. Caged, Rosetta reflects regretfully on her behavior, questioning her previous self-esteem and her role in her current predicament. Nazar, his face partially obscured, questions Rosetta's presence in this lonely place, emphasizing her loneliness. Nazar seems self-absorbed. According to him, there is a feeling of melancholy or uncertainty, as if he feels something beyond the horizon. In a dimly lit area, Nazar draws an analogy between the lunar cycle and human behavior, hinting at a deeper, repeating pattern. Looking at Rosette up close, with her back turned, signals a moment of revelation or new understanding as she slowly begins to recognize the true nature of her surroundings. The strong man is depicted with a stern expression on his face, suggestive of a moment of intense thought or anxiety, with a tingling feeling whenever he settles on a certain opinion. The solitary chair that Rosetta occupies, when viewed from behind, signifies loneliness, leaving an atmosphere of contemplation or expectation surrounding her motionless form. Rosetta sits at the table and looks at Nazar with concern. Nazar gently touches her forehead, offering to take medicine if the pain gets worse. Rosetta reassures him that this is not necessary. Among the flowers, Rosetta looks at Nazar with admiration, but he looks thoughtful and somewhat distant. Rosette would like to inform him that her condition has worsened and turn to him for help. Rosetta, with a playful sparkle in her eyes, tries to lighten the mood by joking about how her hands are cold, not her feet. She seeks to ease Nazar's worries. In a tender moment, Nazar kneels next to Rosetta, who is sitting on the ground surrounded by petals. They communicate closely, peacefully, and are disconnected from the outside world. The hand reaches for the bottle of medicine on the mantelpiece. This action appears deliberate, hinting that someone is about to take or administer medication. Rosette looks at the bottle of medicine hesitantly, noticing its bitterness and deciding to drink it quickly. Her expression combines determination with a hint of reluctance. Rosette drinks the medicine from a small glass bottle, trying to consume it quickly due to the unpleasant taste. Kneeling on the floor, Rosetta clutches her chest in embarrassment as Nazar stands over her with a look of concern on his face. The situation seems to have taken a worrying turn. Rosetta looks exhausted, leaning heavily on the table, and Nazar invites her to rest. She seems to have reached her limit and needs support. Nazar reassures Rosetta that he will be in the next room and tells her to relax. His presence provides comfort, although he maintains a close distance. Rosette, with her golden hair, is held back by a man named Nazar, who has black long hair and blue eyes. She looks at him, her expression full of surprise as he firmly says, "Wait." When Rosette looks at Nazar, she is caught off guard and her face softens. There's a hint of shock and recognition in her eyes as she quietly says, "Ah." Rosette's face shows that her emotions are intensifying. Her green eyes are wide with worry, and a single tear rolls down her cheek as she remains silent. In the final scene, Rosetta stands with pleading eyes, holding out her hand to Nazar. "Don't go, at least not like this. Stay," she begs, her voice reflecting the bond they shared over countless nights together. Nazar, preoccupied with his concerns, shares his concern as Rosetta listens, her golden locks framing her face and creating comfort with her presence. Rosetta calmly reassures Nazar, telling him that she has become accustomed to his scent, hinting at their close connection. Nazar looks pensive and a little discouraged as he processes Rosetta's words, his dark blue eyes revealing his contemplation. The close-up shows how their hands are intertwined, symbolizing Nazar's silent promise to stay while Rosette falls asleep, which shows his caring. The couple rests side by side, Rosetta sleeps, and Nazar wakes up, reflecting a quiet, intimate night. In a solemn tone, Rosetta expresses her faith in Nazar, prophesying his future as a wonderful husband and father, her face glowing with confidence. Alone with his thoughts, Nazar sits in a dark room with his back to Rosetta, shrouded in the solitude of the night. Nazar leans tenderly over Rosetta, watching her sleep, a combination of affection and concern appearing on his face as he provides her with peace. Rosette, lost in thought, reflects on the harsh life she could have without Nazar, her face a mixture of relief and despondency. Rosette tenderly holds in her hand a purple flower, a symbol of perseverance, an expression of peace and contemplation. Rosette, not afraid of risk, puts her hands into the fire, aware of the possible punishment that awaits her. Caught in a moment of reflection, Nazar reflects on the wisdom of his past actions, regretting that he was not more careful. Nazar stands over the unconscious Rosetta, his posture tense with concern for her well-being. Sitting by her bed, Nazar holds Rosetta's hand with sadness, hurt by the nightmares that interfere with her peace. Nazar and Rosetta embrace closely, offering a glimpse of comfort and caring between them. Rosetta's profile is an image of peace, although she continues to sleep, unaware of Nazar's close presence. Nazar rests next to Rosetta, his expression expressing guilt, hinting at a deeper unrest within him. Nazar defends Rosette, his concern palpable as he whispers a sincere apology for his mistake. Rosette gasps as she snaps out of her sleep, her surprise evident when she wakes up. In quiet understanding, Nazar's face is marked by worry as he holds Rosetta, contemplating the gravity of their circumstances. In a softly lit room, Rosetta lies on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Nazar, with piercing blue eyes and long black hair, leaned over her with a concerned expression on his face. Benny, a maid with brown hair, bursts into the room. With her eyes wide in shock, she exclaims in surprise at the scene in front of her. From the threshold, Benny watches as Nazar kneels beside Rosetta, who lies motionless on the ground. The mood is tense and urgent. A close-up of Rosetta and Nazar shows him hovering above her, their faces close, against a backdrop of soft pink flowers. There is intimacy and care in the air. Nazar gently holds Rosetta's hand, his fingers clasped with hers, conveying a sense of comfort and connection between them. Rosetta, who sits and wakes up, apologizes to Nazar for not noticing his presence, hinting at a polite and respectful relationship. Nazar checks Rosetta's forehead for fever. His touch is gentle, his face expresses concern. This is a tender moment of caring. Nazar gets up, telling Rosetta to rest for the day. He is domineering but caring, and she looks at him with concern but obedience. Rosette, her eyes sparkling with a combination of hope and self-indulgence, asks if she can skip her duties. She is playful, seeking permission with an easy look. Nazar, who is now standing at the door, assures Rosetta that she can do whatever she wants, a statement full of love and trust. Rosette, with golden strands, conveys optimism, assuring that everything will be fine. Her green eyes radiate hope as she offers comfort. Nazar, a man with dark blue eyes, stands silently, his face a canvas of unresolved thoughts and emotions. When Nazar resolutely leaves, saying that he only needs the night, Rosetta kneels, puzzled by his cryptic statement promising to carry out his plan. In a daze of confusion, Rosette's questions hang in the air unanswered, reflecting her uncertainty about Nazar's mysterious intentions. Nazar, when viewed from the outside, represents a profile of contemplation, his gaze perhaps reflecting inner agitation or deep contemplation. Nazar is depicted with a full body, exuding a calm confidence, his long hair and unique outfits indicating a combination of elegance and authority. The red-haired servant stands with Rosette, who looks at him in shock. Their facial expressions convey quiet anxiety, perhaps hinting at a sudden development of events. In the spacious hallway, Nazar instructs the servants, Rosette and the red-haired woman, to prepare the ladies' breakfast, hinting at the hierarchy and routine in their daily lives. Nazar, depicted against a floral background, suggests that he has been lured into the world of trade, perhaps hinting at an unexpected venture or debt. The red-haired servant appears concerned, asking if her tasks are for the lady, perhaps indicating confusion or a new unexpected task. In the great hall, Rosetta, dressed in a yellow dress, stands next to a woman in green, addressing Nazar. Nazar, a man with long black hair and blue eyes, agrees to a celebration in honor of someone's return, while insisting on the need for preparation. The woman in green, Benny, looks at this with concern, hesitating to speak. The trepidation on her face is evident as she begins to voice reservations, but stops abruptly, leaving her worries unspoken. Nazar reassures them, hinting that they should not rush into the recovery of the person they are talking about. His calm demeanor contrasts with the glittering stars of embarrassment around him, signaling his carelessness, or perhaps lack of understanding. Rosetta silently watches as Nazar moves away, turning his back to her. Benny, who remains focused on Nazar, appears confused and slightly frightened by this interaction. Gossip fills the air as another maid, a woman with red hair, excitedly talks about Nazar's reaction, or lack thereof, to Rosetta, not realizing that she can be heard by Benny, who looks on with a combination of surprise and caution. Benny muses quietly, concerned about the potential consequences of spreading rumors, while the other servant seems oblivious to the possible consequences of her words. In a calm moment, water is poured onto the clasped hands, symbolizing cleansing or preparation, perhaps for an upcoming event as discussed earlier. Rosette kindly offers to help Benny with her gloves, a gesture of closeness and kindness between them. With a soft expression, Rosette listens intently, her eyes hinting at empathy and understanding, indicating a deep connection to the current situation. Benny stands by the window, her pity obvious. She recounts her embarrassment to Rossetti, reflecting on her previous actions with new self-awareness. The girl, clearly discouraged, tightly clutches the handkerchief, hinting at inner excitement or pity. She expresses guilt by declaring, "It's all my fault." An ethereal purple ribbon winds through the opulent room, leading to a tense moment where one character says they should have taken care of this sooner, hinting at a prior omission or delay. In a majestic room, Rosette, a golden-haired girl, is on her knees, being consoled by a woman with brown hair, probably a maid named Benny. Benny cuts the purple ribbon, reassuring Rosette by saying, "You're like a sister to me." Rosette asks with sharp humility, "You know that, right?" The scene is intimate and emotional, and the petals float around her, adding a sense of delicate tension. In a large, sunlit space, a red-haired servant expresses his gratitude to Rossetti for preserving a valuable item, addressing the owner with respect. Rosette, looking away thoughtfully, listens to the red-haired servant who implies trust by saying, "Looking at you, the Lord asked you to return this." "I thought so." The red-haired maid appears almost in tears, her face showing sadness or worry, perhaps reflecting on the conversation or what happened. With a calm and grateful expression on her face, Rosetta humbly acknowledges the usefulness of her efforts, suggesting that they had a positive outcome. A red-haired servant and a young girl, perhaps another servant or a child of the house, stand together. The young girl appears stunned, adding emotional weight to the scene. Rosetta graciously thanks someone for their help by bowing formally and respectfully, hinting at the end of an important event or exchange. Rosetta, with her golden hair, expresses gratitude, and the brown-haired Benny responds in surprise. "What?" showing her confusion. Rosette compliments the servant, surprised by the unexpected praise, and Rosette just smiles, attributing her happiness to the servant's beauty. In a room illuminated by golden light, the blonde Rosetta shares a bright moment with the maids, remembering someone's clear gaze, and they all agree, laughing at past events. Rosette sincerely speaks to the maid who did well yesterday, admiring her courage, and the maid blushes, modestly surprised by Rosette's compliment. In an elegant room, a red-haired servant approaches Rosetta with a request, and Benny looks at him eagerly, interested in this request. The tension becomes palpable when Benny leans over to Rosetta, asking her to teach her a foreign language, a request that surprises Rosetta given his unusual personality. Rosetta stands in front of the window, demonstrating her reluctance to teach the language, believing that it is unnecessary for the nobility, and Benny listens attentively. Rosetta admits that she would be glad to help prevent disaster if Benny could speak at least a little, demonstrating a sense of compassion and a missed opportunity. The last image shows Benny wide-eyed with determination against a backdrop of falling cherry blossoms, perhaps symbolizing a new beginning or determination. Rosette ends the conversation feeling satisfied with the outcome and looking forward to the future. In a dimly lit, luxurious room, council members sit around a long, ornate table. The white-haired elder Calanthe stands commandingly at the end of the table. The man reveals that Riga has made Regina, a young woman from the Vosk tribe, his queen. The image of a man with a beard suggests that an unexpected connection may arise between Riga and the young woman, hinting at a common origin. The junior council member, raising a finger for emphasis, warns the group to be more precise with their words, hinting at confidential information about Riga that should not be taken lightly. Calanthe enters the room, his presence forcing silence. His demeanor is calm, but there is hidden strength in her. Calanthe addresses the council with a stern expression. He asks if they didn't have enough time to discuss, pointing out that their conversation might have been overheard. The men at the table appear solemn and thoughtful, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Calanthe confronts the council member, asking if Riga has explained her actions in choosing the queen. Calanthe discusses Riga's decisions, suggesting that Riga has found a way out of a difficult situation, while the man at the table listens intently. The white-haired elder, Calanthe, asks if Riga's actions were in his own self-interest, prompting reflection on the well-being of their tribe. Calanthe has her back turned to the viewer, symbolizing the end of the discussion, and as the council members look on, there is a sense of unresolved tension in the air. In a somber setting, an elderly man with gray hair, Calente, expresses regret over the tragic outcome, lamenting that many had hoped for a different turn of events, perhaps hinting at a wedding that didn't take place. As Calente stands at the door, a younger man with red hair, Persian, enters the room. He appears solemn, commenting on the collective disappointment among those who had hoped for the role of queen, reflecting a sense of collective grief. The Persian, formally presented with the title of elder, is presented in military uniform, his face etched with seriousness, perhaps indicating his high rank and the seriousness of the situation. Calente, turning to Perse, declares that the matter is completed. Their conversation indicates a sense of completion, hinting that an important event or decision has been made. The discussion becomes personal as Calente inquires about Percy's son, showing concern. The Persian thanks him for his care, noting the improvement, which may indicate his son's involvement in recent events or crisis. Calente listens intently as Perse talks about the conflicting feelings of his son, who is torn between relief and a sense of duty. At the same time, the internal struggle of the offspring and the severity of his responsibilities are revealed. Offering support, Calente assures Persa that he is willing to help if needed, reflecting the bond of mutual aid and community between the two men. Their conversation is highlighted by Calente's reassuring touch on the Persian's hand, emphasizing the offer of support and the depth of their relationship. The Persian is visibly moved by Calente's gesture, his features softening, which may indicate a moment of understanding and appreciation between them. Persa considers Calente's words, perhaps signaling a moment of realization or acceptance as he processes the conversation. In a dimly lit library, a Persian with red hair and an authoritative military uniform stands over another man kneeling on the ground, chiding him for drawing unnecessary attention to himself. The Persian stands in front of his reflection in the mirror, his face gloomy and thoughtful. The weight of his decisions and their impact on his future seems to loom over him. The weight of the destroyed plan weighs on Persian. He stands over a kneeling man whose head is bowed in defeat. Perse's frustration is palpable as he mourns the loss caused by one thoughtless act. Many years ago, a tragic backstory is hinted at where their king was killed in Basque land, suggesting a history of conflict and loss that has shaped the present. The Persian stands decisively in a dark room. The decision is clearly visible in his eyes. He did not aspire to his current role, but circumstances forced it upon him, and he accepts it with a solemn resignation. In a dark room, Perse watches silently as his little brother plays an important role, a role that carries a heavy burden that Perse knows all too well. The flashback shows a dark memory. To save his beloved, he went to the Basque country. There, amid the snow and silence, he encountered his end, marked by a box and a single white flower. Holding the same white flower, Persian stands in solemn memory. The elders gathered to discuss the next ruler, a decision heavy on tradition and expectation. In a candle-lit conference room, the elder Calente, with his white hair, proclaims the need for patience, hinting at the arrival of the true heir, a moment both expected and feared. Calent, dignified and calm, stands before the council. His words are measured, but the gravity of the situation is obvious. They must wait to see what happens when the rightful heir appears. In a room illuminated by the blue hues of twilight, a red-haired man sits at a table. His gaze is intense and his firm posture exudes authority. You can think of him as a king who silently holds court, a woman holding a boy wrapped in white. The text speaks of a child born under a curse, with eyes as blue as the deep sea, indicating a mysterious or sinister beginning to this young life. The scene cuts to an old, abandoned letter, the words faded and sad. It seems to carry a heavy secret about the queen, resonating with loss and whispers of past mistakes. In a dimly lit room, Perse, an elder with red hair, broods alone. Those around him speak of rejection as he and his community have turned their backs on the queen and her cursed child. From behind, a man with red hair, presumably the king, is seen looking out of the window into the blinding light. There is a feeling of a turning point, a change of worlds and an alignment of destinies. In the darkness, Regina, the queen, kneels, overcome with despair. Her white hair cascades down as she mourns her lifeless body, hinting at the unspeakable tragedy that has befallen her. Bubbles float in the darkness, symbolizing Regina's destroyed innocence. Her vindication is bittersweet because it comes at the cost of ruined plans and broken dreams. Regina is seen with her back turned, her dark cloak and flowing hair framing the red-haired king in the distance. The image conveys deep isolation, hinting at the high cost of loyalty and the despondency of being forever incomprehensible. A man stands with his back to the viewer, starting a meeting under the night sky. His posture conveys authority as he speaks forcefully. A woman rides a horse at night, surrounded by glowing flowers, creating a sense of mystery and urgency in her journey. Nazar, with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, appears pensive under the night sky, hinting that he is making an important decision. He moves through the elegant interior with purpose, communicating to the companion organizing the departure, his tone authoritative but calm. A woman in a blue cloak comforts a black horse while a man watches her, his expression suggesting a combination of curiosity and concern. The man in the hat reacts with amazement to the woman's appearance, asking about the queen's condition, his face marked by concern. He shares news of the scars healing and disappearing, his relief evident, hoping for the queen's speedy recovery, his tone full of gratitude. The man questions Nazar's gaze, and Nazar's response prompts an unexpected opinion, creating a moment of tension. Their conversation turns back to the woman, with the man initially skeptical of her, his body speech dismissive as he recalls past prejudices. He admits that he changed his attitude towards her after learning about her courageous actions. His previous skepticism was replaced by admiration. Nazar, with long black hair and deep blue eyes, received a comforting pat on the shoulder from his companion, signaling a moment of shared sympathy or support amid unspoken tension. Alone, Nazar looks out of a large window into the night, his silhouette framing the luxurious room, while the distant cityscape casts a faint light on his pensive face. Startled by the unexpected noise, Nazar quickly returns, his sharp eyes searching the room for the source, his body language tense and ready for any threat. Clutching his pistol, Nazar confronts his potential adversary, his tough and determined stance, the phrase, "unexpected mercenaries," hinting at a turn in his current predicament. Confronted by Rosetta, the golden-haired woman, Nazar assumes a commanding position as he questions her presence, his face a combination of suspicion and authority. Rosetta stands before Nazar, dazed and cornered as she faces his interrogation. She looks at him with innocence in her eyes, offering an explanation. She calmly explains her actions to Nazar, holding out a comb as proof of her truthfulness. Her behavior reflects sincerity and a hint of anxiety. As the air of tension dissipates, Nazar begins to understand the harmless intentions behind Rosetta's actions. The possibility of conflict disappears. Rosetta talks further, her hands delicately holding the comb that caused the misunderstanding as she recounts the simple incident that brought Nazar to her. The misunderstanding is completely resolved when Nazar realizes the harmlessness of the situation, and the once heavy atmosphere is relieved, bringing a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Nazar, a man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, stands in a majestic room with a serious expression on his face. He is dressed in dark, flowing clothing with intricate details that suggest nobility. In her flowing white dress, adorned with intricate lace, Rosetta, a woman blessed with golden curls and bright emerald eyes, looks at someone with awe. A mixture of bewilderment and disbelief is reflected on her face. Nazar looks away, hiding his face in a gesture that expresses a mixture of disappointment and acceptance. Rosetta, watching him, looks both worried and stunned by his abrupt action. With his back turned, Nazar speaks in a calm but firm tone, emitting an aura of authority. He looks over his shoulder, his gaze conveying a warning to listen to his words. With a calm demeanor and a serene expression, Rosetta accepts Nazar's instructions while maintaining a relaxed posture and diligently performing her delicate task. Nazar visibly took a deep breath. His shoulders relaxed, and he thought for a moment about their interaction. A hint of contemplation was visible in his eyes. After Nazar leaves, Rosetta decides to stay, calmly focusing on the task at hand. The room, decorated with exquisite and rich furniture, serves as a clear indication of their high position in society. From the balcony, Nazar overlooks the vast and richly decorated grounds, while Rosetta continues to do her household chores. Suddenly, Rosetta's gaze lifts upward, her eyes widening and filled with emotion, as if she is trying to catch an unspoken message from an invisible presence. In a complex relationship filled with unspoken dynamics, Rosetta stands with a playful smile, watching Nazar, who sits in a pose that radiates both dignity and melancholy.